Hi, I'm Alastair, and I work as a pharmacist in mental health hospitals and community pharmacies.
And hi, I'm Josh. I work as a doctor in hospital, specifically in the intensive care unit where we look after the patients with the most serious illnesses that come into hospital.
Mrs. Moore has asked us to talk about how we work with antibiotics in our jobs. For me, when I think about antibiotics, I think of how they were first discovered. The story goes that in 1928, a very clever man called Alexander Fleming discovered mould growing on his sandwiches one day in the laboratory. The mould was keeping the germs at bay by producing a substance called penicillin, the first antibiotic. In those days, people died very easily from infections, as there were no antibiotics around. Even a cut as small as your finger could kill you. Penicillin has saved millions of lives, but by not using it properly, the germs we fight with it are getting wise as to how to beat it. This is called antibiotic resistance. In 1945, Alexander Fleming won a special award called the Nobel Prize to celebrate his discovery of penicillin. The Nobel Prize is like the Olympic gold medal for scientists. But in his speech all those years ago, he warned us about antibiotic resistance. We didn't listen enough back then, and so it's important to take action now.
So let's think about what an infection is. So an infection is an illness that's caused by a germ invading into your body, which makes you feel poorly. Now, your body has its own special way of fighting off the infection, which is called your immune system, which you might have heard about. So the special cells of your immune system attack and kill the invading germs. But sometimes the immune system can't manage to fight that infection by itself and needs help from antibiotics. Antibiotics are medicines which we've made to fight the infections that your immune system can't deal with. There are lots of different types of germs that might cause infections, and the main two that you might have heard of are bacteria and viruses. Let's talk about viruses first. So they're very common and they cause infections such as the common cold, so a runny nose and sneezing and a sore throat. But they also cause things like flu and tummy bugs, so kind of vomiting illnesses. Antibiotics don't work against these viruses, but thankfully your immune system is very clever at fighting off the viruses all by itself. If we think about bacteria, so they cause a wide range of infections, from mild infections such as tonsillitis and ear infections, which many of you may have had before, to more serious infections that require you to come into hospital, such as pneumonia, which is a lung infection, meningitis, which is infection of the brain, and food poisoning. Your immune system can also fight off a lot of these bacterial infections, particularly the more mild ones, such as tonsillitis. But for the more serious infections, it can't fight off the bacteria by itself and needs a helping hand from those medicines that we call antibiotics.
So antibiotic resistance happens when we use antibiotics in the wrong way. For example, using antibiotics to treat viruses, or not completing a full course of antibiotics. Because the bacteria are introduced to antibiotics, but there's not enough antibiotic to kill the bacteria, they can figure out how to beat them. So the next time somebody takes the antibiotic and really needs it, it won't work. This can be very serious, as one day not too far from now, people might start dying again from small cuts in their fingers. But the good news is, if we all work together, we can stop this from happening.
So here's what we can all do to help in this battle against antibiotic resistance. Number 1, never use antibiotics unless they're absolutely necessary. This means that you should only take antibiotics that have been prescribed by a doctor and then given to you by a pharmacist when they're really needed. As we've said already, a lot of infections are caused by viruses such as coughs and sneezes, and although they can feel really unpleasant and can make you feel really poorly, they aren't dangerous, and your body will get rid of the infection all by itself without antibiotics. Number 2, always complete a course of antibiotics as your doctor or pharmacist has told you. So if a doctor thinks you need antibiotics, a pharmacist will give you exactly the right amount of medicine from the chemist that you need to kill off the infection without it becoming resistant. And you should take all of the medicine as you're told and when you're told to. And number 3, Help make your friends and family know about antibiotic resistance by telling them what you've learned here today from us and from others.
Now it's over to you guys. We've got a list of your questions here and we'll try and answer them as best as we can.
So the first question is, did you always want to work for the NHS?
So for me, when I was really young, I wanted to be an astronaut, first and foremost. But then after a while, I kind of realised that job was probably a bit more dangerous than I first anticipated. And not many people get to go to space. So then a few years later, I was really into sports and I really enjoyed something called slalom canoeing, which is like slalom skiing, but on a whitewater river. And I really enjoyed doing that. But then again, I realised that there probably wasn't enough there to make a career out of. So I had lots of different ambitions, but the first time when I realised I wanted to work for the NHS was when I was a teenager and I had quite a few asthma attacks. I spent some time in hospital and I realised that the people there were really, really friendly and they made such a big difference to how worried I was about things and my treatment. And so at that point, I kind of realised that there was this fantastic thing called the NHS and it existed and it was bigger than anybody in particular, but it was such a great force to work for. And so I think from then onwards, I started to gear up to try and pursue a career in healthcare.
And I think I would say that I've always wanted to work for the NHS or as a doctor specifically, as far as I can remember. So I'd always been interested in science at school, in particular biology, and I wanted a job that would combine that with the ability to help people, which I feel I really do in my job. So I've always wanted to do that. And the next question is, what made you interested in medicines?
So for me, I find medicines fascinating because medicines, the actual drug itself is so tiny. There's no way you could see it. Even under a microscope, it would be very difficult to see an individual molecule, an individual piece of a drug. And so for me, it's fascinating that something so small can have such a big effect on the human body. And like Josh said, I was really interested in biology and chemistry at school, and I really like working with people and helping people. And I think sometimes when you realise that you've really helped somebody, it gives you such a nice buzz.
Why did you decide to become a pharmacist?
So I went to lots of different open days at universities when I was figuring out what to do. And Durham University has a river right beside the campus. So I thought that's perfect. I can do a degree and I can go canoeing at the same time. And then they offered pharmacy. So I thought that's ideal because it combines lots and lots of my interests. How about you? When did you decide you wanted to become a doctor?
I think, like I'd already said, I've always been interested in science and I feel that I use science a lot in my job, as well as helping people and doing practical things. So it seemed like the perfect job for me. Ali, do you like your job?
Yeah, so I love my job. I have had a wealth of experience at different sectors of pharmacy. Working in mental health is really interesting. Looking at people that struggle with mental health really teaches you a lot about how your own mind works. And I think not enough people understand what their mind is going through and what they're thinking and feeling. And it's important to be in touch with that to be able to have good mental health. And in community pharmacy, I really enjoy it, helping people with minor illnesses who come over the counter and giving people medicines and explaining about how their medicine works and how they can get the most out of it.
The next question is, how do you know what medicine to give people? So that's a good question. So to be a doctor or a pharmacist, you have to train for a long time. So you go to be a doctor, you go to medical school where you study specifically how to be a doctor for at least 5 years, which might seem like a long time, but it flies by, trust me. And a big part of the medical degree and learning how to be a doctor is learning which medicines do what and which medicines you need to give people to do which specific things. So that's one part of it. Science is changing all of the time, and scientists develop new drugs kind of on a regular basis. So even once you've done all of your learning at medical school, you're constantly needing to keep up to date with changes as they happen. And you can do that by kind of looking on the internet, reading articles and kind of teaching each other about changes as they happen.
Yeah, I think I agree with all that. So Josh, what do you do in your spare time?
Well, I guess not a lot of us can be doing a lot at the moment with the lockdown situation, but usually in my spare time I enjoy playing music, so specifically playing the piano. I enjoy climbing, rock climbing, That's always fun and good exercise. What do you like doing, Ali?
So I realised recently that I've not really watched that many films when I was younger, because I was always canoeing and doing other things. So recently I've kind of really enjoyed watching lots of films that I missed during my childhood. I like cycling and walking and reading and listening to music as well. But it's difficult now to pursue your hobbies with the lockdown, but I'm looking forward to when that becomes lifted again and we can do more things. The next question is, what's the most expensive drug? You want to answer this, or do you want me to?
Yeah, do you want to answer that one?
Yeah, so this is a really good question. Often what makes drugs expensive is when there's a lot of new technology involved. So all of the time in science and in biology and in medicine, we're discovering new ways that the body works and discovering new ways to treat things. So when there's a new technology, often that increases the cost, because we haven't reduced the costs of how to use the technology yet, because it's only new. Also, for some diseases, particularly rare diseases, they can be very serious, but there's only a small number of patients that have them. And when there's only a small number of patients that need a certain drug, it increases the cost of it, because the drug company needs to get back the cost it takes to develop the drug. It costs about £500 million and about 10 years to develop a drug. And so when people say that drug companies are evil and things, really they have a lot of cost to recuperate. So it's very difficult for them to do that if there's a small number of patients. So that can increase the cost of a drug. So there's drugs called monoclonal antibodies, which affect the way your immune system works. And your immune system is involved in lots of different things, from infection to cancer and autoimmune conditions, where your immune system can sometimes attack the body wrongly. And these drugs help against that. So they're very, very expensive because they're a new technology. Not a lot of people use them, and some of the diseases they treat are quite rare. But if we look at cost as a whole across the NHS, which is what pharmacists tend to do in terms of medicines, we often try and get the most efficacy out of a medicine, but reduce the cost to the NHS. Inhalers are the most expensive category of drugs by far, because they use quite a complicated system to get the drug into your body through the actual inhaler. But also lots of people have them, and lots of people use them for a long period of time. One thing that people could do to reduce the cost is only use the medicines they need, only take the medicines they need. And inhalers are a category where lots of people have more than they need. It's understandable to have one on your person and maybe one in your sports bag, but some people have 5, 6 of the same inhaler, and that's excessive medicines, and it's medicines wastage. Can you have a guess at how much the NHS spends on drugs each year? Have a think about a number in your head. Has everyone got a number? Okay, so the cost of drugs to the NHS each year, of medicines to the NHS each year, is £11 billion.
Wow.
So that's a massive figure.
Yeah.
And I'm just going to try and help you think about how big that number is, because sometimes we can say millions and billions, but it's difficult to actually think of the size of that number. So how many seconds do you think there are in a year? So think about last Christmas or last bonfire night, about a year ago. That seems like quite a long time ago, doesn't it? How many seconds do you think have passed since then? The answer is 31 million. So that's a huge number of seconds. And how many 31 millions do you think it would take up to make 11 billion? So 31 million is obviously 31 with 6 zeros at the end. And then 11 billion is 11 and then 9 zeros at the end. So if there's 31 million seconds in a year, it would take 354 years to get to 11 billion seconds. So that's a huge amount of seconds. That's a huge amount of numbers. And 354 years is not just your lifetime. It's not just your parents' lifetime. It's their granddad's lifetime and their granddad's granddad's lifetime and their granddad's 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 lifetime. So that's ages and ages and ages. So 11 billion is a massive number. And that's the number of pounds we spend each year on medicines in the UK. Between 30 to 50% of medicines are not taken properly. So that's nearly half of all medicines are not taken properly or at all. And so a lot of that £11 billion is wasted. If we can increase the number of medicines that people take correctly and reduce those that they don't take correctly, we could really reduce the spend we spend on medicines and spend it elsewhere in the NHS. So it's really important to take medicines as is prescribed.
If you had a magic wand and could make one change to improve the health of people, what would it be? So I think a massive part of what we do as doctors and pharmacists is helping people to look after their own health. So there's a massive amount that you and I and everyone else can do to make ourselves be as healthy as possible and reduce our chance of getting unwell. So I'm sure you can think of some of the things that you can do to make yourself more healthy. Eating healthily is really important. So eating lots of fruit and vegetables, which have vitamins in, which help to boost things like your immune system that we've already talked about. They help you fight off infections. Exercising regularly, getting plenty of sleep, which is important to allow your body to recover and allow your immune system to recover its ability to fight off infections every day. And not kind of taking things into your body that can be harmful to your body. So not drinking too much alcohol, not smoking, and not taking more harmful drugs that perhaps illegal drugs that aren't prescribed by doctors and pharmacists, which can have really nasty effects on your body. All of these things will help you to be healthier, to fight off illnesses, and even feel better and live longer and be happier. Definitely. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, definitely. The only thing I'd add is make sure you drink lots of water as well. So water's really good for you.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Kidneys.
Yeah.
And stops you getting headaches too. I'm going to ask you now, what is the thing you've done that you're most proud of in your job and that's made the most difference to health?
Yeah, so I feel like in my job that I do now, working in intensive care, I'm fortunate enough to work with patients that have really very serious illnesses and they're needing a lot of help from doctors, nurses, pharmacists, people in the hospital to get over their illness. As a doctor, I'm just one small part of that team. As I've said, there's other people in the team, such as the nurses and the pharmacists, that help to get that patient better. But it's really rewarding and makes me feel really proud when I can play a part in that team to get a patient over a very serious and life-threatening illness and see them come out of the other side and walk out of the hospital days and weeks later and know that we've helped to save a life. I think that's the most rewarding part of my job.
So the next question is, what medicine is used the most? Which is a good question. We had to have a bit of a think about this, didn't we? But we kind of came down to paracetamol. So paracetamol, everybody will probably use it at some point in their life, and lots of people are on it regularly for pain. And it's kind of the base layer, the first thing you take for pain, and then we add other things on top. So you can access it very easily in the shops. You don't even have to go to a pharmacy to get it. But we think that's probably one of the ones that's used the most.
You've probably all taken paracetamol at some point in your life because it's the pain relieving part of Calpol. Yeah. Which tastes good as well as helps with pain.
So next question, what is the most unusual medicine you've ever given somebody?
Yeah, we had to have a think about this one as well. But I think some of the things that make medicines unusual are the kind of added effects that they can have on the body. So a lot of medicines and drugs kind of are designed and made to do a specific thing, like treat an infection. But often they have side effects, which are other effects of the medicine that perhaps aren't desired or the main effect of the drug. So one example I had was rifampicin, which happens to be an antibiotic that we've already discussed. So its main use is to fight infections, and particularly kind of more unusual and severe infections such as tuberculosis that you might have heard of. But one of the effects of rifampicin, one of the side effects, is that it can actually stain your wee and your tears and your sweat orange. So people often get a bit alarmed because they start turning orange everywhere, and that's a completely harmless effect. But it's quite interesting and unusual, I think.
So next question, what keeps you wanting to do your job? So for me, we've kind of alluded to it before, but the opportunity to help people. I think I get a big rush when I realise that I've done something to help somebody that they wouldn't have been able to get before or without someone in my role being there. Is that the same for you? Or?
Yeah, definitely.
So Josh kind of talked about this one earlier. How long does it take to learn to do your job? So how long do you think it takes to be a pharmacist? Josh said before about the doctors going to medical school for 5 years to be a doctor. But to be a pharmacist, lots of people just think you just get a job at Boots or wherever, and you're a pharmacist. But actually, to become a pharmacist, you have to train for 4 years at university at pharmacy school, learning all sorts of things about how drugs work and how we can get a drug into the body. And then you have to do a further year of in-practice training. So that can be in hospital, where I did mine, or in community pharmacy as well. And even after then, how long does it take to learn in your job? I think pharmacists and doctors are always learning. There's always new things to learn. The human body is so complicated that you can spend a whole lifetime learning about it and you probably never get to the complete bottom of it. And I think that the same with drugs, there's always new medicines coming out all the time. So you always have to be on your toes and ready to learn. The next question is, do people ever get you mixed up with other jobs, e.g. doctors? So I'm wearing green scrubs now, but often when I'm on the wards or working in community pharmacy in particular, I just wear normal, like a smart shirt and smart trousers. And in hospital in particular, lots of people come up to me and say, "Oh, are you the doctor?" And I say, "No, I'm the pharmacist," because you look the same. So that can get a bit frustrating when you have to keep reminding people that this is what my job is.
Yeah, and as I said earlier, so in the hospital, we all work as one massive team. So as well as doctors and pharmacists, there are lots of other people and lots of other jobs that are there to kind of help people get better in their illness. So there are doctors who diagnose people and decide on the treatment that people are going to get for their illness, pharmacists who help kind of give the medicines and advise the doctors on which medicines that are best for the patients. Then there's the nurses who look after the patients most closely and provide care and give the treatments that the doctors and pharmacists want the patients to have. And then there are lots of other people, so physiotherapists who help patients to move around, who might have difficulty moving around, occupational therapists who help patients to do things with their hands, for example, who might have difficulty picking things up or making things, speech therapists who help people with their talking or swallowing if they have difficulties with those due to certain illnesses. And all of these people come together as one big team, and there's a massive overlap between our roles. So patients often get confused as to who people are. So it's important that we kind of identify ourselves, but it's also important for the patients to know that everyone in that team is equally as important and is helping to get them better.
So if you're ever interested in a career in healthcare, there's lots and lots of different jobs that are available as well for everybody. So the next question is, how hygienic do you have to be when giving medicines out? So there's a kind of basic level of hygiene you have to have as a healthcare professional. So you need to wash your hands after every patient you speak to. You have to wash your hands at the start of the shift and at the end of the shift, and various different points in between. And you have to look after your personal hygiene as well. Normally, in terms of just a community pharmacy, you can have a cup of tea and things, that's fine. You don't need to take extra measures there. But in hospital manufacture, sometimes medicines are made up within the hospital themselves. And those medications often require a clean room to be made up in. So lots of things we give straight into a vein. There's a bigger chance of infection getting into the patient that way. And we don't want to use antibiotics to treat that. So the best, we can do if we have to, but the best way to treat that is to prevent it from happening in the first place. And so we make up medicines in clean rooms there, and everyone has to wear gowns and a cap and things like that, and make sure they're cleaning their hands really, really, really regularly to stop any bacteria or getting into the drugs there.
And I think talking about hygiene it's never kind of been more important than at the moment with everything that's going on, and I'm sure you're all doing as much as you can to kind of be as hygienic as possible. So, I mean, normally in hospital, it's really important to wash your hands regularly to stop infections transferring from patient to patient who might have different infections. But never has that been more important with what's going on in the world today. So wash your hands as often as you can to stop the spread of infections.
Really, really important, because even if it doesn't infect you, your hands might spread the infection that infects somebody else.
Yeah.
Next question, what do you wear at work? So we thought for this one we would demonstrate by putting our scrubs on. So often we can wear scrubs like this that are easily washable. They're actually really comfy as well.
It's like wearing pyjamas to work every day. It's great.
Yeah. But oftentimes I'll wear smart clothes as well. So particularly before coronavirus, I would just wear a shirt and smart trousers, smart shoes, which is quite nice because you can choose your own wardrobe and choose what you want to wear. There was a question, I think, about can you wear high heels? I've never seen anybody wear high heels. Personally, I would probably break my ankle if I tried to wear them. But you can. There's certainly people I know that really dress really well for work if they don't wear scrubs, and people take pride in that. So it's definitely a profession, pharmacy particularly, that if you want to dress well and you want to look glamorous, then you can definitely do that.
I think it definitely depends on the job you're doing in healthcare as well, because I think some jobs as a doctor, if you were running in high heels to an emergency, it might prove a problem. So.
Yeah, definitely. I put here, what do you wear at work? Well, nowadays we always wear a mask. That's been a new bit of attire for me that I've had to get used to wearing. The next question, a really good question. What is the main ingredient in medicine? So there are lots of different medicines, and each one of them has lots of different ingredients. Lots of the ingredients in medicines were originally from plants. So an example of that is a willow tree. The bark of a willow tree contains something that we now use in aspirin. So it's the same thing. And lots of
aspirin is another type of painkiller that you can take for headaches and other kinds of pain.
Yeah. And lots of older tribes and things used to chew willow bark to ease headaches. And some clever person somewhere realised that and thought, hang on, there might be something in there we can extract to make a medicine. So medicines come from lots and lots of different places. And as we've said about penicillin coming from mouldy bread, have you ever seen a piece of mouldy bread or a piece of mouldy fruit? Those will probably have penicillin on them, although we definitely wouldn't advise eating them because there'll be lots of other things on there too. That's another source of medication. So the main ingredient in medicine is difficult to say. Probably the main thing we put in medicines are not the actual drug itself. So the drug is the bit that affects you, that treats the infection or treats the headache. And then in a tablet, you've got the drug and you've got lots of other things too. So you might have things to make the tablet particularly hard or dissolve really easy when it gets into the stomach. And so those types of ingredients called excipients are probably the main things in medicines. How long does it take to get new medicines that have been created into the chemists? So this is a really good question. I think it's really topical at the minute with all the talk about the coronavirus vaccine. So from the point of discovery of a medicine, it takes about 10 years to get that through to release. So if you have a think about 10 years ago, some of you might not have even been born or might have just been born. So it takes up to now your entire lifetime for medicines to be brought into the chemists. And if you think 10 years from now, 2030, how different the world will probably be then. The medicines we're just creating now will be released around then. So that's an enormous length of time. With the coronavirus vaccine, they're obviously concentrating very, very hard on trying to get this one through as quickly as we can to save as many lives as possible. And so it's important to do it quickly but safely. And that's the reason it takes so long, is because safety in medication is the absolute most important thing. It's all well and good having a drug that might cure the latest infection, but if it causes detrimental harm, it causes harm to a patient, then that's very counterproductive. It's not what we'd want.
Yeah. So the 10 years is basically making that sure that medicine is as safe as possible. So for example, as we've already talked about plants, a scientist might come along and find a specific type of plant that they think might be useful at treating some illness or other. Then it takes a number of years to work out how to extract the medicine safely from the plant and to do that in big quantities. And then it takes another number of years to make sure that chemical is and that medicine is safe for a human to take without getting lots of dangerous side effects. And then it has to go through test after test after test, which takes years.
And that's why we also test some medicines on animals as well, just to make sure they're safe before trial in humans, which is a big area for debate. But although I don't like to hear animals come into harm, it's often better for us not to harm humans if we know things are safe because we've tried with animals. So next question, what is the difference between Calpol and ibuprofen? So Calpol contains paracetamol and ibuprofen is ibuprofen. And they're both painkillers, so they have a very similar effect, but they work in slightly different ways in the body. So a lot of us will take them interchangeably. The only thing to look out for with ibuprofen is it can upset your stomach a little bit. So make sure you always take it with food. And ibuprofen can be more beneficial if you've got inflammation with your pain. So if you bump your knee, for instance, and it's swollen up, ibuprofen might be a little bit more useful than paracetamol, but not massively.
How do you read the doctor's writing on prescriptions?
So that's a very difficult one. Doctors are very clever people, but they don't take a lot of time to make the handwriting neat.
I like to think my handwriting's neat, but
your handwriting's okay, actually, yeah. But sometimes you get a prescription and you think, oh, I do not know what that is. So thankfully nowadays, lots of prescriptions are electronic, so doctors have to type things out, which is a lot easier to read. But if there's something I don't understand, I'll often try to ring the doctor, although they're not always that available. Or we'll have a bit of a laugh about it in the pharmacy, and the technicians and other staff there will try and decipher what they've written. But sometimes it is very difficult to read.
And there are supposed to be rules when writing prescriptions. So, for example, writing in block capital letters, so it's really clear for the pharmacist or the nurse to read the prescription. But some people are naughty, and it doesn't always happen like that.
So the next question is: do you often get ill from working with patients or customers that are ill? I'd say on the whole, no, I don't think so. But the one exception to that is recently with coronavirus, I have had it and had to self-isolate because I got it at work through the patients on the ward there. But that was very early on when we didn't know a huge amount about it. So now that we've got PPE and the government's responded to things, I think that risk has been reduced massively. But generally speaking, I don't really think I've got ill. And that kind of illustrates the importance of hygiene, so of washing your hands all the time and making sure you're as hygienic as you can be when you come to work. Would you say the same?
Yeah, I would say the same, yeah.
Are patients or customers ever rude to you? And if so, how do you deal with that? So, yeah, lots of the time patients are rude. I think they can be rude and angry, especially if things haven't gone the way they wanted or medications aren't ready, or oftentimes the GP won't have sent the prescription across and they can get really angry that their medicines aren't ready. But it's important, I think, whenever you encounter in life someone that's angry, to try and understand their perspective. So take a deep breath and try and understand why they might be angry. And if you were in their position, you probably would be angry too. Often they're hurting or struggling with something, and that's the cause of their anger. And just letting them express themselves, listening to them patiently and being kind to them can help diffuse that anger. It's very difficult to be angry at somebody who's being kind to you.
Yeah, I think that's a good point. And I think I find, especially when I see people in hospital, often, well, not often, but patients can sometimes be a bit grumpy or be a bit angry. And we have to remember that coming to hospital is a very scary time in someone's life. And that person who might be a bit grumpy is very poorly and might be quite scared because they've come into hospital. And it's about kind of reassuring them and allaying that fear often helps them to be less angry and grumpy.
I think we've run out of time there. We're just going over half an hour. There's a few more questions we haven't answered, but if you have a question that's not been answered and you want to get in touch with us, Mrs. Moore has my email address and would be more than happy to reply to those on there. So just to sum up, thank you all for listening today. It's been great to do this recording, and I hope it's interesting for you guys. And just to leave you with those same 3 points we said before, never use antibiotics unless they're absolutely necessary, unless your doctor and pharmacist tells you to take them. And if you do have to take them, always complete the course of antibiotics as your doctor or pharmacist tells you. And third and finally, help make sure your friends and family know about antibiotic resistance by telling them what you've learned today.
Thanks very much, guys.
Thanks. Bye.
Hello, I'm Thorin Govind and I'm a pharmacist. So normally I work in a community pharmacy, and you might have seen a community pharmacy on your high street. So normally my day involves helping lots of patients, checking that their medication is okay for them, and helping make sure that they are feeling well, and making sure that we notice if there's anything wrong with them to see if we can help them. When I'm not at work, I love going to the gym and also reading lots of books, so that's what I like to do outside work. I've got a friend today, Panda. So Panda's going to ask me some questions, and then hopefully you'll find out more about the work that I do. You got a question, Panda? Why did you decide to become a pharmacist? Well, I always wanted to help people, and I figured that this was the way that I could do it. And you get to work with lots and lots of other healthcare professionals like doctors and nurses, and you also as a pharmacist get to meet patients really regularly, so you see the same faces again and again, which I think is really nice because you get a relationship with those patients, and you get to find out about their lives and what they're up to, and you know them, and it's part of being in the local community. What made me interested in medicines? Well, I always think that medicines can be good or bad, and it's about how much and what we use them for. So we have to think about these things, and that's why as a pharmacist I get to think about all these things, which is really interesting and a way that we can help people. So that's really why I was interested in medicines. Have you got another question, Panda? What keeps me wanting to do my job? Well, I think helping people is really important, and it's the way that we can meet new people in our jobs, and also it feels really rewarding to know that we're helping people with our day-to-day job. And it's more than a job, it's really something very special when we get to help people. And people do sometimes get me mixed up with other jobs, so sometimes they'll say, you're not a doctor, but I'm not meant to be a doctor, because it's really important that we have different jobs, but we know about each other's jobs. So doctors are really good at knowing what's wrong with you, so diagnosing, and pharmacists are really good at knowing what medicines for you to have, and that's why we work really well together, and that's why doctors are doing their doctor jobs are really important, and pharmacists doing pharmacist jobs are important. But more and more now, doctors are doing more than the doctor jobs, and the pharmacists are doing more than just the pharmacist job. So there's a lot more shared working, and we're doing different jobs and helping each other out. How hygienic do you have to be when giving medicines out? Well, it's really important that we follow the government guidance and just the general guidance on washing our hands and making sure things are clean. So we're very conscious that we have to keep things clean, and we have to think about where things have been. Like we wouldn't put medicines on the floor, for example. So that's something that we have to think about. And what do I wear at work? Well, sometimes at work I'll wear a blazer, but sometimes it can be so warm that I'll normally just wear, so I'll wear a blazer and a dress, but sometimes I might wear a shirt and a dress, a shirt and some trousers. So that's something that we think about at work. I think the main thing at work is that we just have to make sure that there's nothing dangerous about the clothes that we're wearing. So if we, for example, had shoes which had open toes, so that holes in our shoes, then that wouldn't be very good. But on the whole, we can wear what we like as long as we're quite smart, and you know we dress in a respectful manner, in that we could meet patients from all sorts of backgrounds, and we want to make the transaction not really a transaction. We want to make it easy for them to feel happy and comfortable in their environment. And if we're wearing clothes which are maybe a bit outrageous, they might not feel so comfortable. So we do have to think about that. What other questions do you have? Do you have more questions, Panda? I knew you had some more questions. Let's have a look. Let's have a look at your more questions. Panda's made a list of questions for me, which is very, very helpful. Can you give the same medicines to animals? So for example, Panda, some medicines that we give to humans like me, we might end up giving to you as a panda, but it might not be the same amount of medicine, and it might be that we have to think about that. And also, pharmacists think about human medicine, so we have to go to our experts who are the vets to find out what medicine that you need, because we need to make sure that you get the right medicine and the right amount of medicine so that you feel well, which is really important, isn't it? Because we don't want you to feel unwell, do we? So did you know Panda sometimes comes to work with me as a pharmacist, because we know that pharmacies can be a bit scary, maybe, like, you know, like going to the doctors can be a bit scary. So that's why Panda sometimes comes and helps and talks to the little children at work in the pharmacy, and they feel a little bit better because he's so cute and lovely that you help everyone feel better, don't you? So what other questions do you have? How do I read the doctor's handwriting on the prescriptions? Well, we're very lucky because some of the prescriptions now are typed up, so they're easy to read. But sometimes I do have to concentrate really hard. So like concentration face, concentrate, because I don't necessarily know. I don't necessarily know when I first look at it what it says. I have to focus really hard and read it properly. But if, for example, we couldn't read it at all, we have to be really safe. So we would contact the doctor, say, hello, please can we know what's going on with this prescription? Please could you tell me what you need me to provide to the patient? And we talk to the doctor so that the patient didn't go without their medication, but we work together in that way. So I like working with doctors because that's really nice, and it's something that we get to do as pharmacists. Ooh, what other questions do you have? Let's have a look. Are patients or customers ever rude to you? And if so, how do you deal with that? Well, sometimes it can be quite sad, really, and we do get shouted at because people don't know necessarily what we're doing behind the scenes. They can see we're doing things, but they don't know what we're doing. So yeah, people can be a bit grumpy with us, and it can make me quite sad, Panda, to be honest. It can make me feel quite down sometimes, but then I have to pick myself up and make sure I'm smiling, because then I have to go and help the next person. So I think it's really important that today, if everyone could tell everyone they know to be really nice to their pharmacist or their doctor or their nurse, that's really important, because then we can focus on helping them. And then everyone wins, don't they? So what else have we got? Are there people who help me in my job? Well, you help me in my job because you sometimes can help make our little patients feel a bit happier, don't you, Panda? But as well as that, I have some assistants, and they will help get the medications ready. And then, because I have to check everything before it goes out of the pharmacy, and that can be a really big task. So yeah, I have assistants, and they'll get the medication off the shelves, and they'll put the label on and make sure the label says the dose so that the patient remembers when they leave the pharmacy. And yeah, that's really important. So it's a team effort, and that's why even when you're little, it's important to learn to work with teams and to make sure that you are looking after each other and making sure that everyone in the whole team is involved, because I couldn't do my job if I didn't have everyone else in the team to help me, really. So that's really important. Let's have a look what other questions you have. I know you wrote them down in a big list for me, didn't you, Panda? Can everyone take medicines? Well, no, some people can't have certain medicines, and it might be because of their age. It might be because they're an animal and it's not suitable. It might be because they of the gender, so if they're male or female, it might not be suitable. So there's lots of different reasons why it might not be suitable, and in my brain I have to think about that before I give the medicine to the patient. So it's really important that we think about these things. And for example, some medicines don't work well together. So for example, if we think about a cake, right? If you had a lemon cake and then you also had a blueberry cake, if you just had one on its own, it might be okay. But if you mixed up both those cakes, that would taste disgusting, wouldn't it? Yuck. So it's a bit like that. Apart from, rather than being disgusting, it might not be safe. So that's why we have to think about these things. What else have we got? How did I learn to do my job? Well, I had to do my GCSEs, and then had to do my A-levels, and then I had to go to university and study for 4 years. And then after that, I had to do 1 year of training. And after that year of training, that's when I qualified. And I had a big exam at the end of that. So it's 5 years in total to become a pharmacist. And then after that, there's obviously lots of exams and other things that you can do in the meantime. After that, if you want to sort of do other things within the profession, so like become a prescribing pharmacist, and that's what I talked about before in terms of doctors do prescribing, but also pharmacists are starting to do prescribing, and things like that. So there's lots of opportunities as a pharmacist, I think, and a lot of fun. We have a lot of fun, don't we, in the pharmacy? So that's really good as well. What other questions have we got for me? If I had a magic wand and I could change one thing to improve the health of people, what would it be? I'm torn on this one because it really upsets me when I see people smoking, because I know how harmful that can be to their health. And that's one of the biggest health improvements that we can make if people stop smoking, for example. That's a big thing for me. So actually, yeah, that would be my favourite one, I think. Apart from that, I think obviously it's important to make people, support people to do exercise. But I think like if I could help stop smoking, that's something that we do in the pharmacy already. And people can come and visit us if they want to stop smoking. But that's really, really important to me and something that I enjoy doing because I know how much of an impact it's going to have on that person's health. So that's really important. Have you got one more question for me, Panda? Let's have a look. What else have you got? How long does it take to get new medicines that have been created into the pharmacy? So typically, drugs can take years and years to develop, maybe like 15 years. And then they come out and they pop into the pharmacy, and obviously we might not have lots of people prescribe them, so given them by the doctor at first, but over time more and more people end up having them perhaps. So yeah, I think it can take quite a bit of time, but that's really important sometimes because we've got to check that they're safe, and we have to think about how in 5 years we might see how they work on people, and we also want to see how they work on people after 10 years of having them, for example. So it's not a bad thing that we wait a little bit until till they're developed and then they come into the pharmacy. But it's something we definitely have to think about. Perfect. Thank you so much for helping me, and thank you all for listening today. And I hope that you think about becoming a pharmacist because it's a really exciting career option for you, and it's great that you've listened to me today, and thank you so much. So give yourself a round of applause for listening to me so well, and thank you so much. Bye Panda.
Hello everybody, I'm Sarah Eames and I'm a primary school teacher in Leicester. Last year I was teaching year 1, this year I'm teaching year 6, so it's a little bit different. I work at Sandfield 2 days a week, and 1 day a week I work for the Primary Science Teaching Trust, which is really exciting. And then the other 2 days and my weekends, I usually spend my time doing primary science or doing things associated with primary science. I've been invited along because I was with Louise on Science on Stage, where again it was fantastic and was really interesting. I have got a few resources here that you might want to have a look at. I've called it Resources for Teaching About Microorganisms, and it can be fitted into the Year 6 curriculum, but it is also quite good to do with children in Key Stage 2. In fact, one of the activities you might be able to do in Key Stage 1. Right, so what I have done for you is I put everything together on a Padlet. I've called it Microorganism CPD, and I'm hoping that all of the links still work, because sometimes they don't, do they? And I've put my PowerPoint there and all of the other things, but on the previous slide I did have my email address, so please do email me if you need any help or any other resources that perhaps I mention accidentally and I've not put onto the Padlet. So one of the first ones is a few years ago, you might remember that there was a big epidemic about swine flu, and the Primary Update people put together a short PowerPoint presentation, but then also lots of questions for the children to try and find out more about it. I think it's got similar parallels to what's actually happening at the moment with the coronavirus, so I think it is an activity which you would be able to do in 1 hour, and is really interesting because it looks at why it spread so quickly. Another activity that's there that's been around for a while, but I've only just realised that actually it's open access on the Manchester University website, and that is bacteria and custard, and is about what happens when a high chair is put away and there's a blob of custard on there, and there's a chart for children to fill in, and then there's challenge cards of things that happen which actually might make the bacteria grow more rapidly and quickly. So again, it fits in with the microorganisms and is an afternoon's activity for the children, which again is really good, and you could probably do this from year 3 onwards. It's got all the teachers' resources there, it's got the challenge cards, and also it's got the pupil card for filling in. One of the other activities is from Ebug. I don't know if anybody's going to be doing anything with those activities, but it's one that we actually tried in school, and it was really good fun because we had to get the children to have a squeezy bottle, the type that does a spray on it, and they were making snot and they were seeing how far it could go. And so there were bits of paper that they would stand at different distances and they would spray it. And also we changed the consistency of the liquid, which we did, turn it a greeny yellowy colour and spray it to see what happens and how the splatter pattern spreads out across the classroom really quickly. So that's a really fun activity, and again would probably take you an hour and a half to actually set up, and all the resources are there. One of the activities as well is making a slimy snot, and I've put the link to the Cleeps activity there as well, which is slime time, and of course they follow all the health and safety guidance and give you tips as a teacher as to what to do and what not to do, and I think it's just slime that has been turned a greeny yellow colour. The last resource that I've got on this slide is from the Children Challenging Industry, and that is Medicines from Microbes. And I know a couple of years ago when I wasn't in year 6, the teachers actually did this because it was all about making the medicines and linking it to their work on microorganisms at the time, and it worked really well. So that has got all of the teacher notes in there as well. So do please have a look at the Padlet and have a look at those activities. They're all ones that you can actually do in an afternoon or one session if you've got all of the resources to hand before the actual lesson. One of the other activities which I really loved doing, and it's a couple of years ago, but I actually was really surprised that it was 2016 that it was actually produced, is all about Edward Jenner. And it was an ASE resource which is really comprehensive, and you could spend a whole week just working on this one resource because it's got so many different activities. And it's called Catch Smallpox, and it was supported by the Wellcome Trust before they started doing all their Explorify, and there is a 15-minute film to go with it. I've taken this PowerPoint from their website, so on some of the slides I'll talk a little bit about it, and on some of them I'll skip through quite quickly, but there is so much in there that is worthwhile doing depending upon what slant you want to put on it in the curriculum. So is split up into 3, 6, 7, 8 different activities. The one that we really love doing, and we did it in year 5 because I went to year 5 and we did it in year 5, was a piece of drama called The Speckled Monster, and about what happened when a village caught smallpox. I've put a take care on that because individually children were given envelopes, and it said who they were, whether they were in the rich house or whether they were in one of the poorer cottages or the workers that worked for the big house. And it had individual names and it had what their jobs were, but also you had the problem that as you told the story, certain people died. Now, it may be a little bit insensitive to do that at the moment, so it might be that you just put the cards on the table and the children don't actually take those individual roles, because we did have some of the children dying and they went and sat in one part of the classroom whilst the rest of the households found out what would happen the next day and what would happen the next day to find out if they actually survived, whether they caught smallpox and whether they actually died. So I've put a take care with that one. The history detectives is a really good one to do, and it takes you on, well, as it suggests, a more history thing as to what was probably true and what has been made up to make it a good story, the fiction behind it as well. Picturing Dr. Jenner was an interesting one because they had different paintings and different scenarios put together by people throughout the last few years, sort of like 100 years ago, 200 years ago, and then ones that were more recent, and the children looked at the pictures, did a lot of comparing, a lot of comparisons between what was similar, what was different, and why they were actually depicted in those ways. So they were actually being a little bit more critical and analysing the actual photographs and paintings to find out what was similar and what was different, and you could also link that to what was actually made up for the picture and what was true. Why you'll never catch smallpox, that's an interesting one, because what they do is they trace it from when it actually happened in the 1880s and why so many people were dying, and how Dr. Jenner realised that if people had cowpox, then they had some sort of immunisation against catching smallpox. And then they trace it up to the present day, and the fact that actually now the virus only is contained, well, apparently some places just find sort of like pots of the virus or how it's actually grown in their universities and things. So it's only kept in labs now, and there hasn't been a case since I think something like the 1980s, but it does tell you in all the teachers' notes about that. The great vaccine debate, I can remember we had a really good debate about this, but when I went to have a look at the resources, I've put a star next to it because it says that we're denied access. Not really sure why, but it is a really important one to do if you're looking at the ethics behind it and whether we want to sort of like encourage children that vaccines are a good thing. In the past, there were some times when people were not very keen on having vaccines. I know that when my children were young, which is sort of like 15, 20 years ago, there was lots of debate about whether they should have vaccines. I'm a real strong advocate that yes, we should have these vaccines, but I know that my sister spent lots of money having them done separately, and she had 3 different ones at different times, so that there wasn't a problem, but there was lots of talk about it, and there still is lots of talk about it. And that leads really nicely into, I think, one of the best resources is about Dr. Edwina Jenner, and she goes through how vaccines are actually put into medical trials and what they do to make sure that they're safe for the public, and it's got sort of a timetable of when things should happen, and obviously that is taking place at the moment. So it's really interesting to find out about her and her life, and then there's like a comprehension sort of questions about her as well, that can be sort of like answered. Now, when we first did it, which was a few years ago, we didn't have the technology and the iPads to make movies. Now, I think most classes have access to iPads, and it is probably easier for children to make movies now, using the different iPlayer or whatever software you've got on them. So that is quite a nice one. If you wanted this to be a week's worth of activities or part of a science week, or if you wanted to do a full immersion into it so that the children really understood what was happening, and it's about the children taking ownership and making their own movies based on this story. So that is it all in a nutshell, really. What I will do is I will go through the slides, but I won't spend too long actually talking about some of them. But that should give you an overview of perhaps the fact that you don't have to do every single one of the activities. It might be that you look through. The ASE has got all of these linked onto their webpage. It's got full comprehensive teacher notes. It's got PowerPoints for everyone. It's got pupil resources as well that you can download. So it has been really well put together, and it might take a little bit of reading and planning to actually fit it into your classroom, but you could probably do a whole afternoon every single week on this project and then see how it fits in with what's actually happening at the moment and bring it totally up to date as to how they're trying to find a vaccine and all the different things that they're doing at the moment, which should give us hope and optimism for the future that actually smallpox is no more, nobody will ever catch it. And hopefully that is what's going to happen with the coronavirus, is that in a few years' time, hopefully there will be this vaccine that everybody will have, so that, again, we won't have this virus and there won't be people catching it. So these are the activities that are in a little bit more detail, and I will just quickly go through the PowerPoint. So we've just quickly been through some of those. Like I said, the great debate is one that's worth doing. Picturing Dr. Jenner, looking at the different pictures, the photographs and that. You could do it as a critical thinking exercise and have different pictures on different tables. I'm not sure if you're allowing children to move around, even if they're in a bubble. But I know that we've gone back to children just working in pairs because of the situation is at the moment. The 15-minute video is well worth watching anyway, and just discussing what's actually happening in the video and that it's based on something real. What really happened looks at the factual and the fictional side of things. And then picturing Dr. Jenner, I think I've been through that. And the fact that also in this country before coronavirus, one of the main things that we were worried about was measles and how certain areas would have an outbreak of measles and what the authorities would do to try and stop that from spreading, what they would try and do in schools and what the families would try and do and what they would do in the community is very similar to what we're doing here for the coronavirus, but not on such a big scale. So I've been through sort of like some of this. It has got 4 core resources and then 5 enrichment ones. I think I said that there were only 7 of them, but that makes 9, doesn't it? So I'm not sure which ones I've missed out. It does develop all of those skills of working scientifically. It also links with your maths, it links in with your English, the history, how it happened and what's actually happening now, and most importantly, I think for the future of our children is they think about the ethics behind it as well. Is this something that we should do? How do we trust what data we're given? And making them a little bit more discerning about the information that they might see on Google. And for the future, they're the generations that are going to have to make decisions about certain things, and actually making decisions such as having the debate about vaccines, I think would be a really interesting one. Now, some of them do lend themselves to more of the history than they do the science and working scientifically. So again, you can pick and choose which ones will actually fit in with what you're doing. They suggest that the resources for 9 to 11-year-olds, but I would say that any of the children from sort of year 3 onwards would be able to understand what's happening in the video, and you'd be able to link some of the activities to what's happening in the video so that the children can understand how important this was and how Dr. Jenner perhaps should be remembered, as well as Charles Darwin. I know that Andrew Marr, the historian who does the Sunday Morning Politics, he very much argued for the case that actually Dr. Jenner, Edward Jenner, should be sort of like celebrated more, because he has actually saved thousands, millions of people's lives by taking a risk back in the 1880s and doing something which would probably now be frowned upon, but because he did it, that's meant that smallpox is now eradicated and doesn't exist at all. So it starts off with a 15-minute drama, and the drama film is called James, and again you can just link to the ASE website and you can play it from the ASE website. It is worth perhaps watching, discussing, and then watching again. So perhaps you could plan some questions to ask the children about it, because they might not notice it first of all, because it's 15 minutes long, so you probably would have time to watch it at the beginning of a lesson, discuss something, and then actually watch it again. And I think children would pick up more and understand more, and perhaps, well, how would James actually feel if the doctor was doing this? Would he trust the doctor to do that? And so nowadays, yes, we definitely trust the doctors that we go and see, because they're in a surgery, they've gone through training. But this, yeah, it was a very different time. So that's the video to watch, the drama. And there's quite a few animations on this. It goes through the different areas that links it with the science, the English and the history. So I'll click through those for you. So this is the English enrichment ones. And I would say it's worth having a look, because there might be elements of different ones that you want to do that link together. I know that if I was doing it again, I would definitely watch the Speckled Monster film. We would definitely do about the picture in Dr. Jenner, because I think that links in with art and looking at representations of what happened. We would definitely do the vaccine debate. And I think because now iPads are more easily accessible, we would probably do the film one now as well, or at least get people's ideas and impressions about why the film is so powerful, and why there would have been questions about it at the time, but we're looking back in history over what's actually happened. Speckled Monster. This is the one where it looks at the different households and how smallpox managed to spread through one village. It links in the science and the maths and the English. This is the one that I said you might need to be a bit more careful about, because we did have an envelope for each child that had the name and gave them a role and said whether they were from the rich house or whether they were from the workers that were linked to the house. But it did mean that actually some of them came and sat on the carpet, because whether it was after 1 day or whether it was after 7 days, they died and so that left other members of their household still sat at their tables, and I think it might be a bit insensitive to actually do that, but it would be interesting to have a look, and perhaps just the pieces of paper, get used to who has managed to go up to the big house and whether they've spread it or they've brought it back into their own home, and when that person has died, just turning or putting their piece of card back into the envelope or turning them face down. So there are ways of actually doing it. There is a graph that talks about how infectious the disease was, and again you can do lots of questions based on that. Can we predict what do we think is going to happen next? Why do we think that's going to happen? And it is worthwhile doing it. I'm not sure that it did take us between 4 and 5 hours, but it did take us quite a long while to do. But the children were really into it, and the children were really excited to find out what happened to their friends or the people that were in their household, and it quite clearly showed what's happening with coronavirus and how easy it is to transmit from one family member to another family member, or take it somewhere else because you visit somebody. So it's quite nice because it's based on the smallpox, but there are parallels with coronavirus. So it does look and show how a virus can spread quite quickly through a community. So the history one looks at the video and then what really did happen. What do we think in that story really did happen, and sort of like, do we think that there are any things that were made up to make it a good story? Again, I like the fact that it brings into play children being critical and thinking about the evidence that's in front of them, and not just accepting everything that's put in front of them as being the truth. So I think that that's really important. It does look at the history side of it, and there are documentations that certain things did happen, but then there might be other things in there that were just put there to actually make it a good story and a good video. So this activity, picturing Dr. Jenner, is the one that we quite liked doing. We did do it where we had the different pictures on different tables, and the children went round and they wrote on big sugar paper what they thought was actually happening, and then if other people had written something, they either put that they agreed, or they added something to it, or they put speech bubbles around to say what they thought all the other different people were thinking about. It's quite nice to actually look at a range from the different artists, and then look to see when they were actually painted or when they were drawn. So this links the English and the art and the history, and this would probably be one of the shorter lessons that we actually did, and hopefully it would bring up some really good discussion when you looked at it. You might have to do it slightly differently at the moment, because I know in our class we wouldn't be moving around the tables because we're sat in rows facing the front, but I know that some schools are still working in their groups like they did before. So it's one of those things you could perhaps put each picture up on the board and number the pictures, and then the children just write their initial ideas. They could rank the pictures. You could photocopy the pictures and put them smaller so that they could see the different pictures, and they could put them into a timeline. So there are other ways that you can actually do it, and it also links in with the video and looking at the history side. What do we think is the correct history about it, and what do we think has been put into the photo and put into the painting, and why has it been put into the painting? Because this was a really important event in history, and like we said, sort of like a lot of people have said that we ought to be celebrating Edward Jenner more than we actually do at the moment. Making movies. Now, we did look at this, and it was one of the things that we did discuss as a class, but we didn't have the iPads even 4 years ago that we've got in school now, and it would be a lot easier to actually make the movies and the children to actually do their own scenes, or be a discussion panel talking about the importance of Edward Jenner. It's one of those things, can they write their own little script for it? Can they sort of like say which character is which? Can they sort of put opinions and facts and fiction in there as well? Can they look at the different camera angles? Should it be a close-in? Should it be a wider shot? So I think that is one that's probably more possible to do now than it would have been a few years ago, and would be quite an exciting one to do, because then you could have a film showing of the children's movies that they've made. The great vaccine debate. Now, this is the one I will ask ASE about it, because it's forbidden for you to download them. But I can remember we did split the class into two sides, and they had to argue whether we should have vaccines or whether we shouldn't. And they did go home and they did ask their parents about their own opinions, and we did debate about whether it was a good thing or not, and we did have a vote at the end of it. So I would say this is a particularly good one to have at the moment with all the things that are going on. And the children were imagining themselves as historians writing a biography of Edward Jenner, and then they imagined themselves as an MP from Dr. Jenner's time and had a debate in the Houses of Parliament. We didn't set it up like the Houses of Parliament, but we did have the children sat on either side of the classroom debating about it and having answers to what they thought the other side might actually say. And they were debating it as though they were in the past, sort of 200 years in the past. But it could be that you update it and it be about what's actually happening now, and why people might be scared to have a vaccination, and why so many people don't take up the offer of the flu vaccination that is available to quite a lot of people free of charge, but there's lots of people that don't take it up, and there's lots of opinions as to why they don't actually take the offer of having the vaccination. So it might be, again, something that they can ask members in their community or their own families about what vaccinations they may have had, or would they, if given the opportunity to have the flu jab, would they agree to it, and why or why not? And then all of the things that the coronavirus vaccines are going through at the moment. Now, this is a brilliant one that I think would be worth looking at. I've looked at the resources again because I couldn't remember it, but because of what's happening, I think looking at what Dr. Edwina Jenner, the immunologist, is doing now is really good. It gives you a timetable for how they set up a vaccine and check whether it works. And of course, 200 years on, we have a lot more ethics to discuss, and there's a lot more things that vaccines, you can't just give them to people, you can't just cut open their arm, and there are lots and lots of things to do. So I would say it's probably worth having a look at this activity and doing this activity, even if you didn't do any of the others. And this is the measles alert. It's all about what happened in Swansea 2013 and what they would actually do to try and stop it. And I think, if I remember rightly, there's a lot of the numbers coming up, and they had to agree on their tables what did they want to do to stop the outbreak. So again, it's worth having a look. I'm not sure it took 6 hours to do, but there was a lot of PowerPoints where I think numbers came up and we plotted a graph. And it might be that you either give the children the graph half done, or you actually give them all the data in one go so that they can plot it at their own rates. And it did link in really nicely, particularly if you're doing this in year 5 and year 6 with some of the maths. So it links in really nicely with that. White smallpox looks at how it's been eradicated, and the fact that this was over 200 years ago that Dr. Jenner found this, but it took another nearly 180 years before it was totally eradicated. And how now would it take so long? So with the coronavirus, is it going to take us 180 years before it's eradicated? So I think there's quite nice things to look at in that, and it does link in nicely with the science and the fact and opinion statements. So they're all the activities. Thank you for listening. I think I've just about done it in the time. If you've got any questions, then please do either email me, or if you wanted to add to the Padlet, or if you wanted to sort of like put something else on the Padlet that you've done, whether it's pictures or work that you've done based on any of the activities, then I would love to see them, because that's what I miss now about speaking to teachers and about seeing what they've actually done. But thank you very much for listening, and I hope you have a great rest of the day, or I'm sure that this has given you a lot to think about. Sorry. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Hello, welcome. My name is Sharon Durant and I'm a science teacher and a musician. So in this video we are going to learn a couple of songs all about microbes. And so before we begin, we are going to have a little bit of a warm-up. So if you just want to copy me, first of all, give your hands a shake in the air and say up, shake, 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 shakety, shake. Okay, so you're going to try that. Up, shake, 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 shakety, shake. And then we go down, down, shake, 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 shakety, shake. Think you got it? Let's try that. Up, shake, 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 shakety, shake. And a down, shake, 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 shakety, shake. Again, up, shake, 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 shakety, shake. And a down, shake, 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 shakety, shake. Great. Next one. We're going to shake out to the front, to the back, to the side. Okay, and you just wiggle across to the side. And then stay there, we go front, the back, side. So you should end up where you started, hopefully. So just check. Are you where you started? So let's try that. To the front, to the back, to the side. To the front, to the back, to the side. There we go. Last bit. Goes like this. And around, and around. So try that one first. Ready? And around, and around. Now, that's my favourite way of doing it, but I'm sure you can think of other ways. So on the around, you could obviously spin, as long as you've got enough room and not going to fall over. But you could also go around and around, or around and around, or around and around. Even round and around. I'm sure you've got lots of ways, okay? So when we get to that part, you can do whatever way you want. Let's change it up. I'm going to go and around and around. Cool. So let's try that together from the beginning. So we go up first. Ready? And up, shake, 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 shakety, shake, and a down, shake, 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 shakety, shake, and an up, shake, 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 shakety, shake, and a down, shake, 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 shakety, shake, to the front, to the back, to the side, to the front, to the back, to the side, and around, and around. Let's do faster. Up, shake, 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 shakety, shake, and a down, shake, 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 shakety, shake, and an up, shake, 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 shakety, shake, and a down, shake, 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 shakety, shake, to the front, to the back, to the side, to the front, to the back, to the side, and around, and around. One more time, even faster. Ready? And up, shake, 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 shakety, shake, and a down, shake, 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 shakety, shake, up, shake, 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 shakety, shake, and a down, shake, 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 shakety, shake, to the front, to the back, to the side, to the front, to the back, to the side, and around, and around. Can we have a big yawn? And a yawn. Very good. All right, so hopefully your heart is beating a little bit faster and you've got your energy up. So that's our first bit, to warm up our bodies a little bit. Then we're going to think about our breathing. And so put your hands on your belly and just copy me. Can you go shh, 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 s, 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 s. Okay, can you do Superman pose? So hopefully you could feel muscles in your tummy area working. Superman pose will go voo, 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 voo. And like a bee will go, buzz will go zzz, zzz. That's it. So our breathing's very important for lots of things, but not the least singing. So what we want to do is we want to try and breathe nice and low down into our lungs. Okay, our lungs are here behind our ribs, and we want to breathe right down to the bottom of our lungs. So when you breathe in, let your belly go loose, and all of this area, it's a bit like balloons, as you fill up, it should expand this way. We want our shoulders and our chest to be relaxed, okay? So when we breathe in, we expand as our lungs fill with air, and then use your tummy muscles to squeeze the air out, back down to normal. So just when it's all gone, let your belly go soft as you breathe in, and squeeze your tummy muscles. As you breathe out. Okay, so our shoulders and our chest are quite relaxed, all right? So here's a test. We're going to try counting on one breath up to 20. So it'll be kind of like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, all the way up to 20, all right? So just relax your neck, relax your shoulders and your chest. Take that slow, low breath in. And let's go for it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Now, hopefully you found that easy. So if you did, that's good, because we're going to try for 30. So it's longer. So it's going to take more breath. So we've got to make that breath last a little bit longer. But also, when we get into the 20s, we've got more syllables. 21, 22, 23, 24. So you've got to have your teeth and your lips are going to work a little bit harder. Okay? So same thing. Standing nice and tall. So our posture, we want to be nice and tall. Lengthen your spine. Lengthen your neck. Keep your shoulders relaxed. Like take that breath in. Here we go, 30. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30. There you go. I told you 20s were hard because there were so many syllables. We're going to go one more if you're up for it. Okay, so you're just going for your personal best. So if you didn't quite make it to 30, then you're trying to go for 30. Those of you that made it past 30, we're going to head for 40, but we are going to stop at 40. Okay, so those of you who have got massive lungs and can go on to 100, you can do that later. Okay, we're going to go to 40. Again, standing, lengthened, shoulders relaxed. Take that long, slow breath in. Good luck for 40. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40. Yeah, I could definitely feel my tummy muscles working there, squeezing the last little bit of air out to make it all the way to 40. So did you manage? Good, I hope so. So that's our breathing, and our breathing really helps us sing. And so our last thing we're going to do is just warm up with the voice a little bit more. So can you go, ooh, ooh, and give me an ee, ee, ah, ah. And a little whimpering dog. Try going. Ready? Good. Tell you one more thing. Sometimes people their jaw can be quite tight. So we're gonna drop our jaw. So just go, huh? And then I want you to clasp your hands together. And we're going to shake it out like this. Yeah, should hear a real wobbly sound. So see how much you can wobble. Ready? Excellent. It's always fun to do that one, I think. All right, so we're warmed up a little bit here, but I have some words for you to say that might get your teeth and your lips all twisted up, okay? Tongue twister, kind of thing. So our first word that you need to know is microbes, okay? And I'm gonna let me put them up on the screen so you can see them. Okay, so here we go. So our first word, microbes. Can you say microbes, microbes, microbes? That's it, microbes. And I'll explain a little bit about them shortly. We can also say bacteria. So can you try saying that 3 times really fast? Ready? Bacteria, bacteria, bacteria. Good. And then we've also got viruses. So try that, viruses. And again, we'll try that fast. Viruses, viruses, viruses. Again, viruses, viruses, viruses. And the last one, fungi. I always think that's a good word. Fungi, fungi, fungi. Fungi, fungi, fungi. Great. So that's partly why we're here, because it's Antimicrobial Awareness Week. And so I'm doing this video for GermFest, and it's to explain all about microbes and what they are and why we need to be aware of our antimicrobials. Okay, so I'm going to show you a little picture. Well, first of all, microbes. Microbes are tiny organisms. Okay, so they're tiny organisms that are so small that you can't see them with the naked eye, but you can see them under microscopes and things. And so the ones that I've shown you here, bacteria, viruses, and fungi are 3 types of microbes. But there are other ones that I haven't mentioned, like parasites. But we're just going to look at these 3. And so I'll show you a little picture. So we've got a little picture of kind of bacteria, okay? And so there are things, and in everything you can have good microbes and helpful microbes and not so helpful microbes. So for example, the bacteria, you have good, so microbes are everywhere, in the air and in the soil and in our bodies and in the water and in animals, everywhere. And they help things to happen. But in our bodies, for example, called good gut bacteria, we have things that help us stay healthy and help us digest and things like that. So we've got good bacteria, and you might have noticed ones in like those yogurts, live culture yogurts and things like that. So there's things that can help us, but also you've got bacteria that are not so good for you. So things like some skin things like impetigo or boils, some things to do with food like salmonella, and some other things like tuberculosis. Okay, so that's our bacteria. So we've got some good bacteria and some not so good bacteria. We also have viruses, and of course we know lots about viruses at the moment. So we have all sorts of viruses as well. There's not so many viruses that are helpful, but it can be said that having some mild viruses can help in some ways. But generally, the viruses aren't so good for us. So we've got things that you'll have had already, like common cold, or the flu. You might even get cold sores or things like that, or you might have had chicken pox. So we've got things like that. But then we've got some worse viruses, and of course everybody knows about COVID-19. That is one of the newest viruses. And so what you'll find with viruses is quite often they have vaccines. So you might have had your MMR, which protects against mumps and measles and rubella, or you might have had, they're hoping to get a vaccine for COVID-19 as well. So vaccines can help protect us against viruses. And then last one is fungi. And the fungi that you might recognize, I don't know whether you'll like it or not, but mushrooms are fungi. Okay, so we can eat some mushrooms. Some mushrooms are very tasty. Other mushrooms are poisonous. So again, you can have good ones. You can have, another fungi is yeast, which is used to make bread and beer, things like that. And also fungi helps us also to get things like penicillin. So they found penicillin, which is an antibiotic. But you can also get bad, not so helpful fungi like athlete's foot or ringworm and things like that. Not so good for us. So what I'm going to do is I would like to teach you a little song about microbes. So I've made up this little song and I'm going to get my ukulele to help teach it to you. So it's very simple and it's a round. So it just goes like this. So that's our accompaniment. All right, so let's get those words back up for you. So our first bit just goes microbes, 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 microbes. Just that simple. 4 times through. Microbes, 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 microbes. So try that with me. Ready, 2, 3, and microbes, 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 microbes. Again, microbes, 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 microbes. Cool, that's our first bit. Then we've got bacteria, okay? So that goes like this. Bacteria, 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 bacteria. So I'll show you the pattern. You've got 3 that fall and then 1 that comes back up. So you've got bacteria, 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 and then bacteria comes back up again. All right, you want to try that with me again? 1, 2, 3, and bacteria, 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 again, bacteria, 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 bacteria. Cool. And then, of course, we've got viruses. Now, that only happens twice for the virus. So we've got viruses, 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 viruses. Try it with me. Viruses, viruses. One more time. Viruses, viruses. Great. And then our last one, fungi, you do that 4 times as well. So all of them are 4 apart from the viruses. So you got fungi, 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 fungi. Okay, so we're starting low. Fungi, fungi. Then we go a bit higher. Fungi. Come back down and then fungi. So I'll do that again. Fungi, 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 fungi. So not fun guy, fungi, but close. Ready? And fungi, 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 fungi. So then what we do for the little song is we do each one in turn. So microbes, 4 microbes, 4 bacteria, 2 viruses, 4 fungi. All right, so we'll try and put that together. And then we'll try singing it as a round. Here you go. Microbes up high. Microbes, 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 microbes. Bacteria, 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 bacteria. Viruses, viruses. Fungi, 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 fungi. Back to the beginning. Microbes, 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 microbes. Bacteria, bacteria. All right, great. So what we're going to do now is I'm going to play a little track and we're going to sing along to it. So get rid of my ukulele. And let's play the track in and sing along. So it works as a round. So that's when you can have different groups of people singing the same song, but starting at different times. So what we're going to do is we're going to sing it 3 times round. First time, we're going to sing it all together. So no different parts. And then second times, we're just going to wait for the first group to start first. And then we're going to start. So just follow me. And then we're going to sing it 2 more times together. Okay, here we go. Here we go. Microbes, 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 microbes. Bacteria, 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 bacteria. Viruses, viruses. Fungi, 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 fungi. Then we wait. Get ready? Ready? Microbes, 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 microbes. Bacteria, 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 bacteria. Viruses, viruses. Fungi, 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 fungi. Microbes, 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 microbes. Bacteria, 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 bacteria. Viruses, viruses. Fungi, 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 fungi. Let's join in with the last fungi. Ready? Fungi, 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 fungi. There we go. Well done. Brill. So I'll say very quickly about antimicrobials. So we've got those microbes, and some of which are not so good for us. So we have antimicrobials, basically medicines that help kill or stop the microbes. So for example, you will have probably heard of antibiotics. So antibiotics work on the bacteria, but they don't work for other microbes like viruses. And this is where the awareness campaign comes in, because lots of the microbes are becoming resistant to the medicine. So, for example, if you use antibiotics a lot, so if you try and use antibiotics, which only work on bacteria, but if you try and use them for the cold or the flu, which is a virus, they don't work, but the microbes can develop resistance to them. So we're just trying to raise awareness. Some of the things you can do is not to try and use antibiotics, for example, on colds and flus, because they're viruses. But also one of the things, particularly in other countries, is lack of clean water, lack of sanitation, and lack of hygiene. And that's our second thing that we're going to take a quick look at, is hygiene. So I'm going to show you a little video of me washing my hands. So here you can see. So I've got some soap. You could use the kind of soap that you can get in bottles as well, but I've used ordinary soap, and I'm rubbing my hands together to get a nice lather. And then you're doing the back of your hands in between your fingers, and then I'm doing my fingertips. So rubbing my fingertips and getting right under, and then of course thumbs, which is the bit I always forget, and your wrists, and then rinsing off, just like that. Okay, so you may all know that certainly these times the hand washing is very important because of COVID-19. Anyway, what we want to do for normal hygiene is you need to make sure you wash your hands before you eat anything, and we make sure that we wash our hands after we go to the toilet. But you can also wash your hands at other times as well. And you'll also know that you're supposed to do it for at least 20 seconds. And so one of the suggested songs is Happy Birthday, singing that twice, and that gives you at least 20 seconds. But I have written a song so that we can sing something different. So I'm going to teach you a line at a time, so just repeat after me. So we've got, washing our hands is a good thing to do. Your turn. Washing our hands is a good thing to do. And what we're going to do at the same time as that is we're going to rub our hands together, building up a bit of a lather. So we've got, washing our hands is a good thing to do. Yeah, try that again. Washing our hands is a good thing to do. Next line goes, before touching food and after going to the loo. Try that with me. Before touching food and after going to the loo. One more time for luck. Before touching food and after going to the loo. Great. And the action for that one is we're going to do our back of the hands and in between the fingers. Before touching food and after going to the loo. Again, before touching food and after going to the loo. That's the one. Next line goes, it starts up high. Scrub all over front and back. Try that first. Scrub all over front and back. And then we've got fingertips and in between. Repeat that. Fingertips and in between. So let's put that together. It sounds like this. Scrub all over front and back. Fingertips and in between. Okay, so we've already done the front and back, but we haven't done the fingertips. So that's what we're going to do next. So we've got scrub all over front and back, fingertips and in between. So let's try that. Scrub all over front and back, fingertips and in between. Think you've got that? One more time for luck. Scrub all over front and back, fingertips and in between. Our next line is, don't forget your thumbs and wrists in our routine. So you've got a high to low. Don't forget. Okay, so you can make your voice do that. Don't forget. Okay, so we've got, don't forget your thumbs and wrists in our routine. Ready? Don't forget your thumbs and wrists in our routine. Again, don't forget your thumbs and wrists in our routine. And so for this one, we're going to do our thumbs. So we've got, don't forget your thumbs and wrists in our routine. So get those thumbs clean. Again, don't forget your thumbs and wrists in our routine. And our last line, the tune goes, 20 seconds soap and water keeps our hands clean. So you're going from low to high. You're going 20 seconds soap and water. Try that. 20 seconds soap and water. And then we've got keeps our hands clean. Keeps our hands clean. Okay, for the 20 seconds soap and water, we're going to do our wrists. 20 seconds soap and water keeps our hands clean. And at the very end, you're going to put your hands up like that. Okay, let's do that again. 20 seconds soap and water keeps our hands clean. Great. So I'm going to take you through the actions and the song. So we've got, washing our hands is a good thing to do. Before touching food and after going to the loo. Scrub all over front and back, fingertips and in between. Don't forget your thumbs and wrists in our routine. 20 seconds soap and water keeps our hands clean. All right, so what we're going to do is we're going to sing it with a backing track, and it's going to be a round like we did the last song. So we're going to sing it together first, and then we're going to pause, and then we'll come in one more time at the end. So here we go. Oops. Here we go. Ready? And washing our hands is a good thing to do. Before touching food and after going to the loo. Scrub all over front and back, fingertips and in between. Don't forget your thumbs and wrists in our routine. 20 seconds soap and water keeps our hands clean. Then we're going to wait. Washing our hands is a good thing to do. Here we go. Washing our hands is a good thing to do before touching food and after going to the loo. Scrub all over front and back, fingertips and in between. Don't forget your thumbs and wrists in a routine. 20 seconds soap and water keeps our hands clean. 20 seconds again. 20 seconds soap and water keeps our hands clean. Again. 20 seconds soap and water keeps our hands clean. Great. Good work. Thank you so much for joining me. So just a reminder about antimicrobial awareness. There's several things that we can do. One thing is that if you have something that's a virus, like a cold or a flu, then you don't need antibiotics. So don't take antibiotics for anything other than bacterial infection from your doctor. If you do get prescribed antibiotics for a bacterial infection by your doctor, make sure you complete the whole course. So take all the antibiotics, don't stop halfway through, and definitely don't share them with other people. And then, of course, the final one is the best thing we can do is try and prevent disease in the first place by having good hand hygiene. So thank you for watching. I hope you enjoy singing it and keeping your hands clean. Bye.
Hi, my name's Paul Tyler. I'm a primary school teacher and primary science specialist. Before going into teaching, I was a biochemist and research scientist. I'm going to talk to you today about the superbug battle and some of the research that I did as a scientist. So a little bit about me first and about my inspiration. Started at primary school, my interest in science, and you can see from the image here, I was experimenting with the effect of gravity on eggs, how much hair you can see through, and also how collar size affects your flying ability. I then got a bit more serious, and my older brother was very much an inspiration to me. He was into his chemistry and had all sorts of chemistry sets, and I used to spend hours in his bedroom doing chemistry with him. I was then very lucky and went to St John's School in Leatherhead, the picture at the bottom, and the science department there were an absolute inspiration to me. I had several superb science teachers. A lot of the roofs you can see in the picture are also copper, and I was also always fascinated by the oxidation and carbonation of the copper to go that kind of aquamarine colour. I did A-levels in chemistry, biology, physics and maths at St John's, and it's testament to the quality of the teachers that they managed to get me through those. I then disappeared off to Leicester University, where I studied biochemistry, and I was very, very lucky at Leicester to have some superb lecturers and tutors, including Professor Sir Alec Jeffreys, who was my genetics lecturer and tutor. Professor Sir Alec Jeffreys was the founder, the inventor of DNA fingerprinting, which is used all over the world now. Dr. Annette Cashmore, you can see at the top there, was one of my genetics lecturers and tutors as well, who sadly died a few years ago. But Annette was an absolute inspiration to me. And Dr. Colin Jones, who was my biochemistry lecturer and also my third year project supervisor. And Colin and I had a fantastic relationship, and he had a lot of patience with me during my time there. Having left Leicester University, I ended up working for a startup biotech company called Pantherix, which was founded by Professor Bill Shaw and Dr. Bill Primrose, and in 1998. And I was the first employee of the company and arrived when the company was still based at Leicester University. Right at the start of the biotech boom, and we were a structure-based antibiotic design company, and we were looking at pantothenate kinase as one of our targets. You can see in the bottom corner there, that's pantothenate kinase for Mycobacterium tuberculosis. The company, after a year or so, moved up to Glasgow, and we grew rapidly. up to a maximum. At one point, we had 60 scientists working in this incredible custom-built facility. In about 2003, 2004, the biotech bubble burst and funding for biotech companies basically ran out. However, when the company was taken over by AstraZeneca, who bought over all the intellectual property and several of the employees, I had kind of fallen in love with Glasgow and decided to stay. So it became time for a bit of a career change. I went and worked for 3 years for Scottish Rugby as a development officer and high performance coach, coaching and working in primary schools. And that kind of made me realize that working with young children at that really impressionable age was what I wanted to do. So I went back to college. I did my PGDE at Strathclyde University at Jordan Hill College that you can see here. And I'm currently teaching in Kirkhill Primary School, which is a large 4-stream primary school, just over 700 pupils, just on the south side of Glasgow. And hopefully, one of the things that I see myself as doing is inspiring the next generation of scientists who will hopefully be around to change the world for the better. One of the things that really got me inspired when I was at university was the opportunity to get my first published paper. And I'm quite proud to say I have several published papers in various fields. This was my 3rd year university project, and I spent my summer holiday. I enjoyed it so much. I spent my whole summer holiday up in Leicester working on it. I had an amazing mentor in Dr. Colin Jones, who you can see as the one of the authors on the paper. And this all came from my fascination with bacteria and enzymes, and I was really keen. This was one of the most sought after projects in 3rd year, and I was delighted that Dr. Jones saw something in me. And this really sort of sparked the next phase of my career, and made me want to go on and study enzymes, particularly, and bacterial enzymes even further. So what's a bacteria? Well, a bacteria is a single-celled organism. There's around about 30,000 distinct named species on Earth, and they're found in every ecosystem all over our planet. Us humans, we are basically huge bacterial cultures. We have between 40 and 80 trillion bacterial cells on us and in us at any one time. And we all have a unique microbiome, which is as unique as our fingerprints or as our DNA. And this is actually used, our microbiome can now be used by forensic scientists for crime scene analysis. Our bacteria are essential. They act as part of our immune systems. They digest foods such as dairy that we can't break down otherwise. They provide us with nutrients, vitamins, minerals that we need to survive. We've also exploited bacteria in a number of ways. So we use them to create products such as enzymes, such as ethanol, make drugs like antibiotics and vaccines, make biogas such as methane. We use them to clean up oil spills and toxic wastes. We use them to clean plant pests. We use them in gene therapy. We use them to ferment foods. They're used all over the place, and they're incredibly useful. So how are they different from us? How is the anatomy of a bacterium cell different from a human cell? Well, humans are multicellular organisms. We have about 37 trillion cells in an average adult. And there are similarities between our cells and the single cells in a bacteria. They both have DNA. They both have things called ribosomes, which we'll talk about a little bit later. They both have a cell membrane, but more importantly, there are some significant differences. Bacteria have a cell wall that surrounds the cell, which human cells don't have. They also don't have mitochondria, and they don't have a nucleus. Everything in a bacterial cell is kind of floating around in its cytoplasm, whereas a human cell is much more organized with this nucleus. There are also lots of differences at the metabolic level, and later on we'll see just how important these metabolic differences are. So why do we want to kill some bacteria? Well, we couldn't survive without the bacteria that live in us, in our gut, in our intestines, and also live on us. However, there are a significant number of bacteria, as you can see on this list, which are harmful to humans, and these are called pathogens or pathogenic bacteria, and they cause some pretty serious diseases, things like tuberculosis, typhus, the plague, diphtheria, typhoid, Legionnaire's disease, cholera, dysentery, and pneumonia. And these diseases caused by these pathogenic bacteria kill millions of people around the world every year. And this is why we need to be able to selectively kill specific bacteria, hopefully without harming the bacteria that we need in order to survive. So how do we kill bacteria? Well, the best thing we can do is not let them into our bodies in the first place. And we can do this by purifying water and making sure that the water we drink is clean. We can do this by having effective waste systems for our sewage. We can do this by good hand hygiene, by washing our hands after specific activities. We can do it by cleaning surfaces around where we work and around our homes. We can do this through vaccinations. And then if we do become infected and get ill, we can use antibiotics. And on the right-hand side here, you can see penicillin, which is one of the most famous antibiotics, and penicillin and its derivatives are still the most widely used group of antibiotics that we have. So how do antibiotics work? Well, remember earlier we talked about the differences between bacterial cells and human cells, and that's what antibiotics target. They target those differences, and there's four main ways that they can act. They can target the cell wall, and if you remember, human cells don't have a cell wall. So if you're targeting the cell wall of a bacteria, you're not affecting human cells. They can block DNA synthesis within the cell. DNA synthesis inside a bacterial cell is a slightly different process to it is in a human cell, and so that can be targeted. They can prevent RNA being produced from DNA. Now, RNA is really important. DNA is deoxyribose nucleic acid, D meaning 2, and RNA is just ribose nucleic acid, and the difference between them is that RNA is then used to produce proteins, to synthesize proteins. So if we can block RNA being produced from DNA, we can block proteins being made. And then the last step is to attack the ribosome that you can see there and stop essential proteins being made in the cell. And again, bacterial ribosomes are different enough from human ribosomes that they can be targeted selectively. Antibiotics are just chemicals that kill bacteria and hopefully have little or no effect on humans. Penicillin was the first antibiotic discovered by Sir Alexander Fleming, and it's a naturally occurring chemical secreted by mold to kill bacteria. And since its discovery, it's been altered in lots of ways to produce a whole family of antibiotics with the same core structure. And you can see the image on the screen, the bit in the top left-hand corner, the variable group, that's the bit that gets changed in different penicillin family antibiotics. So one of the issues that we have at the moment is that antibiotics are becoming less effective around the world. And so why is that? Well, since the discovery of penicillin, the use of antibiotics has grown rapidly to the situation now where they're very commonly overprescribed by doctors, even when they're not needed, even when there's not a bacterial infection. They're even added into animal feed for farm animals. And those eventually make their way into human populations. The overuse of antibiotics, coupled with the fact that bacteria multiply very quickly and they adapt and mutate very, very rapidly. And this has led to the rise of something that the media like to call superbugs. Things like MRSA, methicillin-resistant Staphylococcus aureus, MRSA, which is resistant to almost all antibiotics that we have. The concern is that if we continue to use antibiotics at the rate we are just now, it's not going to be very long before they're all useless. MRSA can be grown on agar plates containing really high levels now of antibiotics. And this is MRSA in the image, methicillin-resistant Staphylococcus aureus, being grown on an agar plate containing antibiotics. And you can see as the concentration from the bottom right-hand corner, the concentration of antibiotics goes up, you can see there's less bacteria being grown, but there are still colonies of bacteria there. And these colonies are resistant to the antibiotics, and they will be able to multiply and be resistant wherever they are. This is a real problem, and a huge amount of scientific expertise and money has currently been invested to find solutions. So what can we do? Well, the research that I was involved with in the late 1990s and early 2000s was looking at possible new antibiotics that target bacteria in a very different way from the 4 ways that we've discussed. At Pantherix, we had a multidisciplinary group of scientists looking at these differences between bacterial cells and human cells that were quite well categorized by scientists up to then that we could exploit. At one point, there were 60 of us in the team, including biologists, geneticists, biochemists, chemists, microbiologists, crystallographers, all working on the challenge from slightly different angles and trying to find a solution. What we were studying was the metabolic pathways that all living things have. This is a map of the metabolic pathways that humans have in order to survive. So this is a map of every chemical reaction that has to take place in your body in order for you to survive. These metabolic pathways are a very tightly regulated series of chemical reactions that break our food and our nutrients down into useful things that our body can use. So if we have a look at one particular one here, this is the metabolic pathway for glucose, which I'm sure you'll know is sugar. And it shows you what happens to glucose when we eat it. And each step of the pathway, coming down from glucose through glycolysis to pyruvate to acetyl coenzyme A, and then into this thing called the Krebs cycle, every step needs an enzyme. And you can see the enzymes there in red, and they have slightly funny names, things like glyceraldehyde 3-phosphate dehydrogenase and pyruvate dehydrogenase. But the names explain to scientists, to biochemists and chemists, what those enzymes do and what the action that they have is. And these enzymes are essential for each step. Bacteria have metabolic pathways as well. And this particular metabolic pathway here, the metabolic pathway that takes pantothenate all the way through to coenzyme A at the bottom, was of particular interest to us. And this is because this metabolic pathway was different enough in bacteria to humans for us to think that we would be able to target it without affecting humans. So coenzyme A is essential in humans and bacteria, but they both make it in slightly different ways. And the enzymes involved are sufficiently different for us to think we could target them without affecting the human host. Once we'd identified this pathway as a possible target, we had to identify which of the enzymes were going to be the best ones to target. You can see a series there of 5 enzymes going through this metabolic pathway. 2 of the enzymes stood out, and they were pantothenate kinase, which is the first step, taking pantothenate to 4-phosphopantothenate, and the 4th step, which was phosphopantothene adenyl transferase, PPAT. These 2 looked to be the best because these were what we call the rate limiting steps. So these determined how fast this reaction happened through the pathway. They were also quite complex steps. And also different enough from the steps in a human. And the plan was to find a chemical or a drug that would target one of these enzymes very specifically, block this pathway in bacteria, stop the bacteria making coenzyme A, which would kill the bacteria without affecting the human host. So we needed to look into how enzymes work. And we've known for a long time how enzymes work. They're biological catalysts, and they facilitate and speed up chemical reactions within living cells. And every step on that metabolic map we saw involves enzymes to make the chemical reaction work. They're very specific enzymes. They only do one job. It's like a lock and a key, where only one key will fit a lock, and you have to have the right key. An enzyme can't go away and do another job anywhere else. It has that specific job. Enzymes have an active site, which is where the chemicals, the substrate in this case, you can see that in green on the left there, binds, and this forms what's called an enzyme substrate complex. And at this point, the substrate and the enzyme are quite tightly bound together. This is when the chemical reaction happens, and in this case, the products complex. You've got the enzyme products complex, the products are formed, and the enzyme then releases those products for the next enzyme in the pathway to work on, leaving the enzyme free for the next substrate to move in. It's this fact that enzymes are so specific for just one chemical that makes them very good targets for antibiotics, because if the antibiotic can mimic the substrate or the product and bind tightly into that active site, it'll stop the enzyme working, and the metabolic pathway will be blocked, and that will kill the bacterial cell. So we identified pantothenate kinase and phosphopantothene adenyl transferase as targets for antibiotic design. And what we needed to do then is we needed to make and purify large quantities of these enzymes to work with. First thing we did is our team of geneticists cloned the gene that encodes for the enzyme the enzymes that we were interested in. And we used E. coli bacteria to make lots and lots of the enzymes. We then broke the bacteria open, we smashed them open, and released all the enzymes and all the other proteins from inside the bacteria. We then had to purify the ones that we wanted. Now, this machine here is called an FPLC, fast protein liquid chromatography. And this allows us to pass the contents of the bacteria through a series of special columns and separate them based on things like their size, their chemical composition, their charge. If you imagine a mixture, and you can try this at home, a mixture of sand and salt, and maybe something like iron filings or paper clips. The iron filings can be removed from the mixture using a magnet because they're magnetic. The salt can be dissolved in water, and then the sand can be filtered out. And the salt can then be got back by evaporating the water. So you end up with each component, the salt, the sand, and the iron, either the iron filings or the paper clips, completely separated and pure from all the others. I spent pretty much all day, every day of my research career working with one of these machines and purifying enzymes. Had to be done very, very carefully because the pure enzyme had to be, at the end of it, had to be perfectly folded still, and it had to be active. So it could still carry out its chemical reaction. So you couldn't do anything too violent to these enzymes because that would break them. Every single thing that we did in the laboratory had to be documented in a handwritten lab book. And in my 7 years of research, I filled over 20 A4 lab books, each containing about 100 pages. At each step along the way, we had to see how pure the enzyme, the target enzyme that we wanted was. The average enzyme purification took 4 or 5 steps, after which it was then pure enough to work with. And we used something called gel electrophoresis. And what we did is we loaded the enzymes, the mixtures in one end of this gel, which is a bit like a jelly, and then we passed an electric current through it, and the enzymes very slowly moved through. And they all stopped at particular places. Here you can see a gel showing a set of size markers down the left-hand side, and then each stage of the purification going from left to right. So the first column is the broken open cells. So that's all the proteins and enzymes from those cells. The next stage shows a wash step, and you can see there's not really very much difference, but that washes away all the bits of cell membrane and cell wall that we don't want. Then steps 3, 4, and 5 are 3 different separating columns, and you can see through 3, 4, and 5 how our enzyme that we want, which is that thick band with the arrow pointing to it, gets purer and purer and purer until in step 5 there are no other proteins or enzymes at all. At each step, the enzymes had to be tested to check that they were still working. Once the enzyme was pure, the next step was to grow crystals of the enzyme. Now, again, you can do something similar at home by growing sugar or salt crystals, where you would dissolve lots of sugar or salt into a solution of water, to make a solution, and then you can leave it on the windowsill to evaporate the water off, and you'll get lovely crystals of salt or sugar. And we can do the same with enzymes. The enzyme was very, very carefully concentrated, And then the liquid it was dissolved in was allowed to really slowly evaporate. You can see this in the top left-hand corner. So at the top of the left-hand corner, at the top of that pot on the lid, is a little drop of the concentrated enzyme. And you can see tiny little crystals starting to form as the liquid in there evaporates. And these crystals formed. And we did this using lots and lots of different situations, lots of different liquids to try and evaporate it as slowly as possible to get the largest and the most perfect possible crystals. The crystals were then placed in the path of very strong X-rays, and a diffraction pattern was collected by the detector. From that diffraction pattern, a density map could be produced, and then there was a lot of hard work and refining to get a beautiful 3D image of the enzyme. The crystallographers that I worked with were definitely part scientist, part artist. And I wouldn't be surprised if there was quite a bit of magic involved in their work as well, because what they were able to do was to take my purified, concentrated enzymes that I'd grown these beautiful crystals from and produce something like this. So this is the crystal structure of phosphopantothenate adenyl transferase from E. coli. And from the structure, we're able to see all sorts of things. We're able to see how the protein or how the enzyme folds up. We can see different domains of the enzyme, different bits that join it together. We're also able to see where the active site is. And if you remember earlier, the active site is where the substrate binds and then the products are released. We're also able to see right down to see which amino acids, and all proteins and all enzymes are made up of 20 amino acids. So we can see which amino acids are directly involved in the chemical reaction. This means the chemists can work out exactly how the chemicals bind in the active site, and we can calculate which bonds are going to be the best ones to target with our antibiotics. There are 3D structures for a wide variety of proteins and enzymes that are now fairly readily available. There's libraries of these online, and they've been integral to us moving forward in our understanding of how enzymes work and how our metabolic pathways, both in humans and bacteria, work. So with the high resolution crystal structure, we're able to see exactly how the chemical reaction that this enzyme catalyzes occurs. And then we were able to begin designing chemicals which would bind to the enzyme and to try and stop it working. And this is where our team of chemists took over. The key with all drugs for human use is to design a chemical that will bind to the active site of the enzyme, stop it working, but is so specific that it wouldn't harm any other enzymes in the human host. There are plenty of chemicals out there that would kill all bacterial enzymes. The trouble is they would also kill or stop working all human enzymes, and that would kill the human. So they have to be really specific. Beyond that, there's further issues to think about, even before you get to the stage of doing testing and clinical trials and things. That's to think about things like how are you going to deliver the antibiotic in the most effective way, and how can you minimize any side effects. So that's where my story finishes. At that point, Pantherix, who I was working for, we had three chemicals that were kind of ready for preclinical trials, but preclinical trials and clinical trials are incredibly expensive, and it's a very complex process to go through to make sure that any drugs that get on the market are perfectly safe for human beings to use. And so at that point we ran out of money, the funding stopped, and the whole company was taken over by AstraZeneca. All my lab books were taken away, and all the intellectual property from the company was taken away, and is now down with AstraZeneca. But the superbug battle goes on. Epidemiologists, microbiologists are warning us just now that by 2050, superbugs could be killing 10 million people a year. And this is why antibiotic research and antibacterial research is one of the most funded areas in medical science. In 2016, a group of the world's leading experts on microbiology, virology, medicine, biochemistry, genetics, epidemiology came together to evaluate all the possible approaches which we can use to fight resistant bacterial pathogens in the future. And they decided between them on a shortlist of 7 approaches that they recommended were the most likely to succeed and therefore the best ones to be funded. And these were things like antibody therapies, like probiotics and lysins, which were all considered. Potentially the most exciting is the use of bacteriophages. Now, bacteriophages are viruses for bacteria. And I realized just now the word virus is a bit of a dirty word, but these bacteriophages, these bacterial viruses are incredible. They're very, very specific to certain species of bacteria, and every species of bacteria has a set of bacteriophages that infect it. In almost all cases, they cause the rapid death of the bacteria and can stop any bacterial infection. They've already been used in some countries to treat bacterial infections for decades, and the idea is now making a comeback in the wider scientific and medical circles. And it's just another beautiful example of the power of biology to cause and cure infection and illness. So thank you very much for your time today. I hope you found this interesting. Possibly it's inspired you to ask some more questions and do some research on your own into superbugs and the ongoing fight against them. Thank you very much.
Yo, GermFest. Beat it, beat it, beat it, beat it. No, seriously, beat it. Yeah, you better check what you learn, yeah? You better beat the virus and the organisms, bacteria with the GermFest. This is what you do, get educated. Antibiotics, sometimes overrated, especially if you don't use it for the things that you need. Yes, indeed, you best believe, get educated and know the science. Antibiotics ain't something you can rely on. This is the truth as I speak to you. My name is Testament, going out to all the youth. Peace. Yo, my name's Testament. Big up everybody that's involved in #GermFest. Make sure you get educated, make sure you're looking after yourselves, looking after the community, and by doing that, looking after the whole world. All right, my name's Testament. I'm out here. Peace.
Hi, my name's Sarah. I work for Computing at School, and today we're going to be making a Wack-a-germ game as part of the Beat It event happening on the 19th of November. Okay, so hopefully you are on the same screen as I am. You should have a germ that you can see, and we're going to click on See Inside. Like so. So once you get inside, you've got a bedroom and you've got a germ. You don't need to keep this bedroom. You can change your bedroom to a different bedroom by going down to the bottom right, clicking on that, and then maybe you could choose a different bedroom. I think at this time I'm going to have this one. And we've also got a germ here. So there's lots of germs that might be living in this bedroom, and we're going to try and get rid of them. I'm going to make my germ a little bit smaller because he's quite big, but I wanted to show you what he looked like before we started. So down where it says size, we can change that to maybe 30, center, and then I've got a little germ there. Okay, so hopefully you've used Scratch before. If you haven't, Scratch is a really good platform for making animations and games. Down the side, on the left-hand side, we've got lots of color-coded menus. If I just click on them, you can see that in each menu, we've got loads of instructions and commands, all different ones, and they're all color-coded. Okay, so the first thing that we're going to do in our Wack-a-germ game is we're going to make the germ move around randomly in the bedroom. So with any code, we always need to start in the event section, and we can pick any of these, but we're going to start with when green flag clicked. Okay, so when I click the green flag, I want something to happen. And what I want to happen is I want this germ to move around randomly in the bedroom. Okay, so we're going to go to motion, and we're going to pick the block, go to random position. Okay, so if I just test that code out, if I go to the green flag, like so, every time I click on it, my germ moves to a random position in the bedroom, like so. Okay, and what I want to do is I want him to keep doing that, so I don't have to keep clicking on green flag. So we're going to go to control, and we're going to use the forever block, and we're going to put go to random position inside there, like so, because we want it to keep happening forever. Now, if I just clicked on that now, like so, he's going to whiz around really fast, which is fine, but he's going to be really hard for us to catch him. So I'm just going to stop that there. I'm going to put in a wait, my control, there we go. So put a wait in there. So now we've got keep going forever, go to a random position, then wait, then go to another random position, and go on and on and on. So let's just see how that looks. Much better. So at least I know when I'm playing the game in a bit, I'll be able to catch him, or be able to attempt to catch him. Okay, we're just going to stop that code there. Now, what else I want to do is I want him to not just whiz around in the bedroom, I want him to disappear and then appear again in different places. So we're going to use some blocks in the looks menu. If we just scroll down to the bottom, you've got the show and hide. So I'll just pull that show and hide out so I know where it is. Okay, so I want something to happen forever. I want him to hide. Then I want him to wait 1 second. I'll just go into control. There we go. Okay, and then I want him to show again. And wait 1 second. So we're just going to try this little bit of code so I can show you how hide and show works. So I'll just click on the green flag. And he disappears and appears again. So that's working lovely. And then what we're going to do is I'm going to have him, so forever, He's hiding. Wait 1 second, and then I'm going to have him go to a random position before he shows. We don't need this other weight block, so I'm just going to get rid of it by just whizzing it over there. Okay, so let's just look at this code again. We've got, when I click on the green flag, I want something to happen forever. I want him to hide, then wait a second, go to a random position in the bedroom, then show, and then wait 1 second. So let's just see if our code works. So just go to the green flag, like so. Okay. And as you can see, he's hiding, and then he's going to a random position, and then he's showing again. So that's working really well. Okay, so we'll just stop that. I'm going to stop it while he's showing. So he's just about to show. There we go. You can actually pull him down if you want, like that. Okay. Now for my game, what I want to happen is when I click on him, I want him to disappear. I want him to hide. Okay, so we're going to have another little bit of code that's going to come here. We need to start with events again, get a when green flag clicked, like so. And then I'm going to have him hide if I click on him. So I'll just click on hide there. Okay, so we've got when green flag clicked. Just put that back over there. So it's when sprite is clicked. We want him to hide. That's what I wanted. Okay, so when green flag clicked, I want him whizzing around all over the bedroom. And when I click on the sprite, I want him to hide. Okay, because that's the part of the game. So I want to be able to click on him and he disappears. So we'll just click. We'll just check how the code is with that. Click on the green flag. So he's going to whiz around. And then when I get near him, I click on him, he hides. Now we can't really tell that he's hiding easily, so we don't actually know if I'm clicking on him properly. It looks like I am. So just to add something extra to that, just for when I click on him, we're going to use some sounds. So click on the sounds here, and we're going to have when I click on the sprite, I want him to hide, and I also want him, oops, to play a sound. So I'll just play the sound. There we go. Now, I haven't got a lot of choice of sounds at the minute. I could record a sound, and you can record your own sound if you want, or you can import a sound. So if I just go to sounds, and then I'm going to go down to the bottom left, click on the sounds, and I can choose any sound I want. So I might go for a wacky sound, and they're all in here. So we've got loads of different ones. I think I'll go for, just check that one out. I'm going to do toy honk. So I just click on that. Okay, that's got me the sound. So I've imported the sound. Go back to the code. Go back to what I had before. So when the sprite is clicked, hide, and then play the sound. Now, if I go to the down menu there, I've got toy honk. Okay, so let's stop the game and then play the game again. And watch for where he is. And then when I click, I know I've got him because he's honking. Oops, let's try that. There we go. Okay, so that seems to be working absolutely brilliantly. Okay, so the next thing that we're going to do in our game is we're going to add a score. Okay, so to add a score, we need to go to variables. And we're going to create a variable. So a variable is something that can change. So scores can change. That's going to be our variable. So I'm going to make a variable. We'll call it score. Okay. Okay. And then we're going to go back to our events when green flag clicked. So, and then we're going to go back to our variables, and we're going to have this block. So it says set my variable to 0, but actually the variable is score. If I go to the down arrow there, I can find the score. So when I click on the green flag, set the score to 0, and you can see that we've got score up here at the top of the window already. So when I go there, set score to 0. So what I want to do when I've done that is when the sprite's clicked, I want him to hide, play the toy honk sound, and then we're going to change the score. So score again by 1. Okay, let's test that out. So click on the green flag. So there he is. And if I, oops, let's get him. There we go, got him, got 1. Ooh. He's going too fast for me. He definitely is going too fast. Oh, got him again. So you can see that the score's going up when I click on him. Okay. So the next thing we need to do, so we've got a lovely scoring system in there. The last thing that we're going to do is we're going to put a timer on there. We're going to make it a little bit more tricky. Okay, so we're going to go back to make a variable. And this time we're going to call it time. And we want our timer to be on the stage. So we're not making the code for the actual germ. We're doing it for the game. So if I just click on the stage on the right-hand side there, I'm going to do the code for that. So going back to events again, we've got when green flag clicked, go to variables, and we need to set our timer. Yeah, so I'll pull the set block over. It's going to be this time, and we'll set it to 10, I think. So we've got 10 seconds to see how many germs we can catch. So I'll set the time to 10. Then we're going to go back to the control one. And we're going to use this repeat until block here. Okay. So we want it to keep repeating until it gets to 0. Okay. So if we go to operators, and we need this equals 1. Yeah. Just pull that out. So we want it to repeat until the time is 0. So we've got 2 sort of oval boxes here that we need to fill. If we go back to variables, we can get time out of there. So, and then this is going to be 0. And that quite nicely fits into there, the repeat. So we want it to set the score to 10, repeat until time is 0. And we're going to keep changing the time by -1 second. So we're going to have change the time by -1. So just read through that code again. We've got when we click on the green flag, set the time to 10. Repeat until the time is 0. Change the time by 1. Now it's going to go really fast if we do that. So it's just going to go start at 10 and it'll just go -9, -8 really, really fast. So we need to put a wait in there just to slow it down a little bit. If you go to control, then wait, like that. Okay, so now we've got when I click on the green flag, set the time to 10, repeat until the time is 0, changing the time by -1. And we're changing the time by -1 every 1 second. That's why we've got this wait 1 second in. And when it's all done, it's gone all the way down to 0, we want to stop. Okay, stop the game. So I won't be able to score anymore. So let's see, have a go at the game now. So it's going to be quite tricky. Okay, so press the green flag. The time's on 10. Oh, got one. Got another one. And my score was 2. So it went quite fast. So some of the things that you could do with your germ game to make it more interesting or even to make it a little bit easier is you could, I'll just find my germ again. Where is he? Come back, germ. So to make it easier, you could make your germ a bit bigger. Okay, so if I click on the germ again at the bottom, and if you remember, we've got this size here. Just change it to 50 maybe. Okay, so we've got a bigger germ, so it'll be easier to catch. Oops. Just press and stop there. There he is again. So we can make it bigger. You could change the how long you've got for the game. So you've got this time here. So if you click back onto backdrop, and then you've got set the time to 10, you could change that maybe to 20, like that. Okay, so the game lasts longer. Another thing that you can do is you can have more than one. You can have more than one germ. Okay, so if I just right click on the germ at the bottom, go to duplicate, got another germ there, and this time I think I might change the color of the germ. So just pick out whichever germ you want to change the color of. If you go up to costumes, there's your germ there, and I think we'll have a different color. So we've got purple up here. I'll just click on the fill, and then I'm going to just color in some of him there. He looks a bit weird like that. There we go. Okay, so he's purple and green, this one. So you can have a play around with the colors there. There we go. So now if I click on my game, I've got 20 seconds this time. I've got 2 random germs appearing like so. And you could have a different score if you click on a different germ. It's up to you. So hopefully you've enjoyed that. And I look forward to seeing some of your Wack-a-germ games. Thanks very much for following.
Hello everyone, my name is John Lamb and I am one of the country's subject matter experts in computer science. I work for the National Centre for Computing Education and I am based here in the northeast of England. I'm going to speak today about the role of computer science in combating antibiotic resistance. In this video, we are first going to look at supercomputers and artificial intelligence, before seeing how they've worked together to great effect. You will need a pen and a piece of paper to write things down. So let's begin. Scientists are using supercomputers to address the world's biggest challenges right now. So how is a supercomputer different from a general purpose computer such as a laptop or smartphone? Teachers can pause the video right now to give students the opportunity to come up with some suggestions. Supercomputers can analyze much larger data sets than general purpose computers. The Japanese supercomputer Fugaku is currently the world's most powerful. It was named after Mount Fuji. So let's look at some of the technical specifications for Fugaku. A typical computer you use around the home, such as a laptop or a smartphone, will have one CPU or central processing unit. Fugaku has got 159,000 central processing units to process the data and instructions. You may also have heard of cores. Cores improve the performance of a CPU. Some CPUs that we use have 2 cores, and that's called a dual core, or 4 cores, which is called a quad core. Fugaku has 7.3 million cores. We also measure the performance of a CPU by the clock speed, and this is normally in gigahertz, normally about 3 gigahertz. Supercomputers are measured in flops, which stands for floating point operations per second. Fugaku runs at 415 petaflops, and peta is 1 followed by 15 zeros. The previous holder of the record for the world's fastest supercomputer was IBM's Summit, but Fugaku beat it by a massive 267 petaflops. And like all superheroes, it needs superpower. Fugaku uses a massive 30 megawatts of power when it's running. Just to give you something to compare it with, a typical kettle uses 2 kilowatts. Teachers may want to pause the video now to give the students an opportunity to work out how many kettles would have to be boiling to use the same amount of electricity or the same amount of power as Fugaku. The answer is 15,000. Well done if you got it. It costs 130 billion yen, which converts to 761 million pounds to build. A lot of money. And Fugaku has already run simulations on how respiratory droplets spread in partitioned office spaces and on packed trains when carriage windows are open. And this has helped scientists develop treatments for COVID-19. We can watch a video to show that happening.
Researchers in Japan used the supercomputer Fugaku to simulate how the novel coronavirus spreads. They looked at a case in which 4 people are sitting at a dining table and talking without masks on. When someone talks to the person seated in front of them, about 5% of droplets reach the person. When talking to the person sitting diagonally, only 1/4 the amount reach the person. But when looking sideways to talk to the person sitting side by side, more than 25% of droplets reach the person. Researchers also found that fewer droplets spread when the humidity is higher. In an office setting, 6% of cough droplets reached a facing person nearly 2 meters away at 30% humidity. The amount dropped to about 2% at 90% humidity. Researchers recommended the use of humidifiers and other measures to reduce the spread of droplets in the dry winter season.
In the next section, we are going to look at ways that supercomputers can help us. First of all, in space, supercomputers are able to process vast amounts of data from space telescopes and have already discovered many things happening outside of our galaxy, the Milky Way, such as planets where we think can sustain life. Climate and weather. In February 2020, the British government announced 1.2 billion to develop a new weather and climate supercomputer. Forecasters said the machine would predict storms, select the most suitable locations for flood defenses, and also predict changes to the global climate. It will be more accurate than the current system. It's expected to be operational by September 22. Although not as fast as a supercomputer, the brain is the most complex machine in the known universe. Supercomputers can simulate the behavior of the human brain or parts of it, and that helps us understand more about how it works. In cybersecurity, supercomputers can identify cybersecurity threats from looking at raw internet data traffic. For a general purpose computer, this would be like looking for a needle in a haystack. The Big Bang. Scientists are able to gather evidence from smashing atoms together at the Large Hadron Collider. And when they feed this into a supercomputer, it is able to rewind the universe so we can understand what happened at the very beginning, 13.8 billion years ago. The spread of disease. Not only can computers simulate the spread of disease, they can also help scientists identify chemicals that stop diseases. This helps towards producing vaccines. Supercomputers can help us understand the effects of earthquakes on the Earth's surface, such as trying to predict when a tsunami will appear, as they are related to earthquakes. Seismic waves can also be used to explore the Earth's surface for oil and gas reserves. Supercomputers are able to use seismic data and have successfully found oil and gas. Finally, molecular modeling. Supercomputers have helped scientists come up with new molecules and new materials which we can then put to use in everyday life. One of those materials is called graphene, and supercomputers are currently looking for many applications for this. Well done if you got some of those. For our next section, we're going to look at artificial intelligence. You would normally associate artificial intelligence with science fiction. Although not as advanced, artificial intelligence is all around us today. We quite often call it AI, and scientists now refer to it as machine learning. Can you think of areas where artificial intelligence is currently used? Let's see how many you got. The first one is logistics. Logistics refers to the movement of things from place to place. This could be people or it could be goods. Computer programs based on machine learning algorithms help large companies such as Amazon to efficiently move their goods around the world, and this saves them millions of pounds in fuel costs. By doing this, it reduces carbon emissions and helps look after our planet. Self-driving cars are fitted with sensors and AI software. They use the information from the sensors to make decisions based on the conditions that a driver would normally do. Robots are now able to mimic human behaviors, such as walking upstairs. Using AI, they learn from their mistakes. You come across AI in your online experiences, such as shopping and social media. No doubt you will have seen products being advertised saying, "You may like this," where your previous searches, even on other apps, have been taken into account. AI is now able to detect cancerous tumours by looking at scans, something which would normally be done by a doctor. This frees up the doctor to do other important work with patients. Fraud in banks. Artificial intelligence is able to monitor the complex movement of money between different banks and spot fraudsters, something that a single person would not be able to do. Digital assistants such as Siri, Alexa and Cortana are able to make decisions and respond to your questions. And finally, chatbots. You may have used a chatbot when you have visited a company's website with a problem. Chatbots take into consideration previous customers and learn from their experiences. Quite often, it seems like you are communicating with a real person. How many of those did you get? If you got some of them, well done, and I hope you've learned something new from the others. So how can machine learning and supercomputers work together to combat antibiotic resistance? Scientists at the Massachusetts Institute of Technology in Boston, USA have made a major breakthrough this year. Their supercomputer called Satori was given chemical information of nearly 2,500 drugs, including 300 known antibiotics. All of these had an effect on drug-resistant bacteria. The supercomputer ran a machine learning algorithm called deep learning. It was able to discover a new antibiotic, which is being called halicin. The name came from the classic sci-fi film 2001: A Space Odyssey. Let's watch a video on that.
Antibiotic that kills drug-resistant bacteria discovered through AI. Team at MIT says halicin kills some of the world's most dangerous strains. A powerful antibiotic that kills some of the most dangerous drug-resistant bacteria in the world has been discovered using artificial intelligence. The drug works in a different way to existing antibacterials and is the first of its kind to be found by setting AI loose on vast digital libraries of pharmaceutical compounds. Tests showed that the drug wiped out a range of antibiotic-resistant strains of bacteria, including Acinetobacter baumannii and Enterobacteriaceae, two of the 3 high-priority pathogens that the World Health Organization ranks as critical for new antibiotics to target. In terms of antibiotic discovery, this is absolutely a first, said Regina Basile, a senior researcher on the project and specialist in machine learning at Massachusetts Institute of Technology, MIT. I think this is one of the more powerful antibiotics that has been discovered to date, added James Collins, a bioengineer on the team at MIT. It has remarkable activity against a broad range of antibiotic-resistant pathogens. Antibiotic resistance arises when bacteria mutate and evolve to sidestep the mechanisms that antimicrobial drugs use to kill them. Without new antibiotics to tackle resistance, 10 million lives around the world could be at risk each year from infections by 2050, the Cameron government's O'Neill report warned. To find new antibiotics, the researchers first trained a deep learning algorithm to identify the sorts of molecules that kill bacteria. To do this, they fed the program information on the atomic and molecular features of nearly 2,500 drugs and natural compounds, and how well or not the substance blocked the growth of the bug E. coli. Once the algorithm had learned what molecular features made for good antibiotics, the scientists set it working on a library of more than 6,000 compounds under investigation for treating various human diseases. Rather than looking for any potential antimicrobials, the algorithm focused on compounds that looked effective but unlike existing antibiotics. This boosted the chances that the drugs would work in radical new ways that bugs had yet to develop resistance to. Jonathan Stokes, the first author of the study, said it took a matter of hours for the algorithm to assess the compounds and come up with some promising antibiotics. One, which the researchers named halicin after Hal, the astronaut bothering AI in the film 2001: A Space Odyssey, looked particularly potent. Writing in the journal Cell, The researchers describe how they treated numerous drug-resistant infections with halicin, a compound that was originally developed to treat diabetes, but which fell by the wayside before it reached the clinic. Tests on B. For more on this story, visit the news article link.
For your final challenge, discuss what this discovery could mean for the world. Here is some extension work. Write an article for a science journal in response to the question, can a computer think? Or if you have computer access, you could create a presentation on how artificial intelligence is being used today. One final idea is to design a computer of your own supercomputer on a piece of A4 paper. Make sure that you include CPUs with cores, cache memory, a clock, and RAM. Also give it a cool name. To find out more about the Beat It campaign, follow the links below. For further information about the National Centre for Computing Education, get in touch with us at your local computing hub at Kings Priory. We provide free resources and training courses for schools in Sunderland. Thank you for taking part. I hope you've enjoyed today's lesson. Goodbye.
So this activity is based in Key Stage 1. What I'm going to do is show you an activity with friendly and unfriendly bacteria, as you can see on my board. We've got a spinning wheel here, we've got some cards here, and this activity I would recommend for a Key Stage 1 class. I'm going to be using the Clementoni dock, which is very similar to a bee-bot. So I'm going to quickly demo how I would do this activity. So first of all, we'd start on placing the board out and putting our bacteria. As you might spot later on, the bacteria have got numbers on the back of them. You could work with any numbers that you're concentrating on in your classroom. I'm going to start by spinning the wheel. I've got a blue bacteria and a pink bacteria. So I have to get my dock robot, bee-bot if you've got one, from a pink to a blue or a blue to a pink. It completely depends on how I want to do it. So what I'm going to do first of all, start looking at my board and decide there's my pink and there's the blue, and I'm going to start to develop using the cards. Decide on the starting place for your robot. I'm going to use the cards to help me start to develop my algorithm. So I know I need to go forward. I can practice with my robot. I'm going to get him to move, I say him, but it might be it. Right, and I think that's going to get me, if I use the card forward, that's going to get me into that box. So what I would also recommend the children do is bring the algorithm down and place it in an order so that they know the sequence of the algorithm. And then what they can do is start to program that into the robot step by step. So we're going to start with turning him on. I'll just get him ready. It's the first activity I'm going to do. First instruction is move him into here. Then check my algorithm. I need to move him right. And then finally forward. So I've got him into here. Then the children can start to develop. Once they've got their bacteria, they can decide if he's friendly. He is a friendly bacteria because he's 9 points, which is good. So now I then decide how I'm going to get him into the blue square. So I think I'm going to go forwards. That takes me into that one. Getting the children to gesture how they're going to do the algorithm, turning him, getting the children to look through the eyes of the robot. So if he's looking that way, how is he going to turn? Is he turning left or is he turning right? He's going to move forward, he's going to turn left. What the final instructions, I'm going to get him to move forward. All systems set. Once the children are happy, they might decide to put that algorithm in with a single bit of code each time, or they might put the whole sequence in, the whole algorithm, so that they move him forwards, turn him and go straight up. So if I was to collect this one here, I've got 7. So I have found 2 very friendly bacteria. You could use number lines to help them work out what 9 and 7 are together. Use apparatus, use Pneumocon, use multilink, anything like that to support them. As you develop the problem, you might have an extra set of bacteria that you then can place on the board, and the children will have to decide if they are going, for example, left or right to get a different bacteria. And it's a kind of potluck whether they are 10 and 6. But some of the bacteria, as you can see, aren't very friendly. Okay.
I'm a bioanalyst here at Arcanova, and I'm here today to show you around and to tell you a bit about what I do as a bioanalyst and to give you some important information on antibiotics. I've always loved science, and that's why I applied for triple award science at my secondary school. I then went on to study science at college, and I went into further education, so I studied science at university. I also completed a placement year, so I took a year out of my studies at university to work in a laboratory. And this is what I think is key to getting a job like mine. This is Arcanova, and it is a multi-service contract development and manufacturing organisation. We have different departments that specialise in different fields based on our clients' needs. So we have isotope radiolabelling, which uses radioactive material. And no, it doesn't glow green like it does in The Simpsons. We also have a drug product department, which specialise in making drugs and testing them. And this department is Bioanalytical Services, where I work. Let's go take a look inside the laboratories. This is Bioanalytical Services, and here we test drugs from patients on clinical trials. A clinical trial is a type of research used to test new treatments on a small number of patients. Now ready to go into the labs, but before we go in, we have to make sure we're wearing the correct safety equipment. So we have to wear our PPE, which stands for Personal Protective Equipment. It includes a dentist-style lab coat in these labs. We also have to wear safety specs to protect our eyes, and we have to wear special shoes to protect our toes. Now, we're no longer inside the labs I work at, we're by the microbiology labs, because we conduct microbial analysis here at Arcanova, which means we test on microorganisms like bacteria. I'm outside microbiology because I have an important message to send to you watching this video during Antibiotic Awareness Week. Alexander Fleming discovered the first widely used antibiotic. It is called penicillin. You might have heard of it, you might not. But he warned that antimicrobial resistance has the potential to ruin the miracle of antibiotics. Bacteria can gain resistance to antibiotics through mutations in their DNA. These antibiotic-resistant bacteria appeared as early as the 1940s. Antibiotics are chemicals that prevent the growth of bacteria. They do not work for viruses, and unfortunately, some bacteria are resistant to all currently available antibiotics, so there are limited options for these very unlucky patients. Antibiotics enable much of modern medicine. They are used to cure infectious diseases and to protect us after surgery, cancer treatments, and organ transplants. Without antibiotics, life-threatening infections would occur after routine procedures in hospitals. So sadly, we are at risk of losing this special tool we call antibiotics. The battle between scientists and antibiotic-resistant bacteria first began in the 1940s. At first, scientists just discovered many new antibiotics. This was very successful and worked for a while. However, over time, the newer antibiotics only worked for a few types of bacteria, as opposed to the whole spectrum that live around us. Bacteria are quite clever and can pass information onto each other. So, for example, if bacteria A has the resistance gene, they can pass this information onto bacteria B, making the antibiotic useless for both types, whereas before it would have affected bacteria type B. So this has been going on since the 1940s, and now some bacteria are resistant to many antibiotics we have, and some all of the antibiotics we have. The biggest consumer of antibiotics is agriculture. To me and you, that means that it's given to the chickens where we get our eggs from. So as animals are getting exposed to antibiotics, so are the bacteria around them. They're gaining and passing on this information, making antibiotics useless. And some bacteria aren't very fussy, so they like to infect humans as well as animals. And these can be passed on to us through the food we eat. Thank you for listening to this video. I hope you found it informative. But if there is one thing that you would take away from it, it would be this. So if we use antibiotics when we don't need them, we might not have them when we do need them in the future.
In this video, I want to explain in simple terms what a virus is. It's a video for parents to show to their kids or to watch themselves and then reinterpret for their kids. Or really, it's for anyone who wants a simple explanation of what a virus is. To understand what a virus is, you need to understand what a cell is. You may have heard of cells before. Every living thing is made of cells, and they're tiny. You are made of trillions of cells. That's how small they are. If you wanted to see a cell, you'd need to look under a microscope. So if you had a really powerful microscope and you looked at your skin, you'd see that your skin was made of lots of these little blobs, and they're cells. Because you're a child, you're growing very slowly. You're getting bigger and bigger and bigger as time goes on. I'm not growing anymore because I'm an adult and I'm as big as I'm going to get. The way you grow is by the number of cells in your body going up. So the more cells you have, the bigger you become. And the way you get more cells is that the cells inside your body get a little bit bigger until they split in two. So if you look under a microscope, you might catch that happening. You'll notice one of the cells getting bigger and bigger and bigger until it splits into two cells. So now you have more cells than you did before. And that's happening all through your body as you grow. Even though I'm not growing, it's still happening in my body as well, because sometimes cells die and they need to be replaced by new cells. So cells are growing and splitting in two in my body as well. How are cells able to do this? Well, you can think of a cell a bit like a factory full of machines, but they're not like machines you've ever seen before. They're these weird knobbly things, and they're just kind of floating around in there, and they're bumping into each other. When they bump into each other, they change shape. It's a strange place inside a cell. But just like a normal factory, a cell brings in raw material and turns those raw materials into products. Things that your body needs to function. And we call those raw materials nutrients. And you get nutrients from the food that you eat. As one of your cells gets bigger and bigger and it's ready to split in two, this factory inside does something amazing. It builds a copy of itself so that there's two of every single machine that makes up the factory. And when it splits into two, one copy of the factory is inside one cell and another copy is in the other. Isn't that amazing? It's a bit like buying a 3D printer and then using it to print another 3D printer. That's what your cells do all the time when they grow and divide in two. How do these machines inside your cells know what to make and when to make them? Well, inside every single one of your cells is something a bit like an instruction manual. You might have heard of it. It's called DNA. But DNA is not like any instruction manual you've ever seen before. Imagine taking an instruction manual, taking all the sentences inside that manual and putting them in one huge long line. So you've got this huge chain of letters and words. Except for DNA, those letters are actually clumps of atoms. So DNA tells the machines inside the factories, inside your cells, what to make and when. So that's everything we need to know about cells. Let's talk about viruses. Viruses are even smaller than cells. To see just how small the virus is compared to the size of your cells, imagine this is one of your cells. Well, then a virus would be just that big. In fact, at this scale, if you look closely, you'd be able to see the individual atoms that the virus was made of. Let's have a look inside one. This is coronavirus, and when you look inside, there's this curly-whirly thing, and that is the instruction manual for the virus. So a bit like we've got DNA in our cells, that's the instruction manual for our cells. Viruses have this instruction manual too. The instruction manual for coronavirus has a slightly different structure to DNA, so we call it RNA, but it's the same idea. You'll notice that it's very cramped inside the virus. There's not much room for anything really. There's definitely no room for any machines like there are inside cells. So there's no factory inside a virus. A virus doesn't have what it needs to make copies of itself because there's just no room. The only way for a virus to make copies of itself is to get inside your cells and use the machinery inside your cells to make copies. So how does that happen? Well, suppose someone who is suffering from coronavirus coughs. So they let out all these tiny droplets of water into the air, and these droplets of water have coronavirus particles in them. So if you were to breathe in some of these droplets, they would end up in your mouth and in your throat. Catching coronavirus in this way, by breathing in someone's cough, we think only really happens when you're right up close to someone, which is why we're doing this social distancing thing. So it's not something to be scared of so long as you're keeping your distance. Actually, the most common way to get coronavirus, scientists think, is by someone with the infection coughing and then those droplets landing on surfaces. Or maybe they cough into their hands and touch surfaces like door handles. And then when you touch the door handle that's got the virus on it, the virus goes onto your hands, and then maybe you touch your mouth or you pick up some food and eat it. Which is why everyone's telling you to wash your hands. It's really important to wash your hands often and to do it really well. But in any case, whatever way it happens, if the virus gets into your airways, then it's going to start bumping into the cells that line your airways. And if you look at the outside of a virus, you'll notice all these funny sticky out bits that have been coloured in purple in this picture. These knobbly bits are good at sticking to certain types of cell. In the case of coronavirus, these knobbly bits on the outside are good at sticking to the types of cells that line our airways. And when a virus sticks to a cell, it then merges with the cell. So now this curly-whirly instruction manual for the virus is inside one of your cells. So maybe you can guess what happens next. Inside your cells, you've got these machines and they're looking for things to build. They're looking for instructions. What should I build next? And normally those instructions would come from your DNA, but now you've got this virus instruction manual floating around. And one of these machines is just going to bump into those instructions and start reading those instructions. And at that point, the machines inside your cell start to build copies of the virus. So your cell fills up with copies of the virus and they start to emerge from your cell. And now they're floating around in your airways. And now you start to cough and you'll start spreading viruses through the air for the next person to breathe in. So there you go, that's how viruses work. If your kids are interested to know more about germs, then I'd love you to take a look at the Bacteria book written by me, Gross Germs, Vile Viruses and Funky Fungi. There's loads of cool stuff in there. And it's available in lots of different languages. For example, El Libro de las Bacterias. Apparently Hungos Chungos is very funny, but no one's been able to explain exactly why. All the links are in the description for where you can buy it. If you're looking for stuff to do with your kids during lockdown, then I've got a couple of other books, How to be a Scientist and Science is Magic, full of experiments you can do at home with things you've already got at home. I've got a new book coming out available for pre-order called Wild Scientists. It's called Clever Creatures in America. I'll put links to that as well. It's about all the amazing science you can see animals and plants doing out there in the wild. Yeah, check it out. It's in the description. Thanks for watching. I hope the explanation was useful to you, and I'll see you on the next one. Bye.
My name is Aya Donovan Banfield, and I am a research scientist at the World Mosquito Programme and Monash University in Melbourne, Australia. I'm going to talk to you today about how can scientists use bacteria in the fight against deadly viruses. But firstly, I would like to thank the organisers for inviting me to take part in this great event, and I hope you are all really excited to learn about bacteria. So I thought I would start with a little background into my journey to becoming a scientist. So this first picture I have of me is I thought I would include a picture of me around the same age as you all. So it's me in primary school. I grew up in northwest London in a town called Harrow, and I went to state school for both primary and secondary school. My favourite question as a child was always why and did you know? I had a favourite book, which was a giant encyclopedia of all the animals in the world, and I just found it truly fascinating that there were so many different animals, and that they all looked so wonderful and unique. So this first picture on the left was taken when I was about a year or so after I moved schools. And I moved schools due to bullying, which is, quite sad, and it might not seem very relevant to this topic, but I bring it up to point out that, especially to those who may be struggling now, that it can and it does get better. The most important thing is to hold on to your dreams and to never let go of them. So I'd say dream big, work hard, and reach out. There are always people who are willing to help you. And I'm absolutely available for any students who would like to discuss what it's like to be a scientist or my journey to becoming one. And I've given my contact information to the organisers for your teachers or yourselves to contact me after today. That being said, continue my journey. I went to university and I studied biomedical sciences because I was really interested in the science behind medicine and all the things that can affect our health. And it was here that I discovered my love for infectious diseases, especially the ways in which we can fight them. In 2018, I completed my master's degree, so I did some further education, higher education. And in that program, I focused on viruses, which I'm going to tell you a little bit more about later. And since then, I've been working in the field of emerging infectious diseases ever since then. And emerging just means either an infectious disease that was not known to us before, or a disease that was known to us, but it wasn't a problem, and then suddenly it becomes a problem. So one example is COVID-19. We didn't know that it existed beforehand, but now it's a huge problem. Another example is Zika virus, which we'd known about since the 70s, but it became a big problem a few years ago. So as I said, I'm now based in Melbourne, Australia, which is where this picture was taken. These pictures were taken, this picture was taken when I used to work in Bristol. Yeah, so in Melbourne, I focus on the question, the title of this talk is, how can we use bacteria to help us fight against viruses? And this is just a nice map of showing where the World Mosquito Programme operates around the world. And we have two main hubs, one in Asia, based in Vietnam, and one in Oceania Hub, which includes Australia and the Pacific Islands. And that's where I work. So very far from home. So first of all, I'd like to go over some of the basics before we get into the details of what I do. So I'd like you first of all to imagine playing with Lego blocks or other building blocks. And you generally have many different small blocks. They come in all different shapes and sizes and colors, and you can use them to build almost anything. You can build cars, you can build castles, or even Star Wars spaceships. And they generally require instructions to help you do that. Humans and other living things are pretty similar. We're all made up of smaller blocks, and those tiny blocks are known as cells. So we have all living things are made up of cells, from trees to humans to ducks to bears. The only difference being is that for living things, these instructions that we have, they're generally stored inside those cells. So with Lego blocks, you can see them very easily. You don't even need to wear, probably don't even have to wear glasses. But for the building blocks that we have, that we are made up of, cells, they are invisible to our eyes normally. So we need an instrument called a microscope to see them. And what this does is it magnifies these cells so we can see them. And humans and animals are made up of many, many cells. So that means so that we are called multicellular organisms. And these can have various different shapes and sizes and functions. So we have some blood cells here, and they help us carry oxygen around our body. We have some neural cells, which help us, our brain transmit messages to our body and back again. Or they can just be cells that make up our organs or internal organs, like our heart or our lungs or our skin cells. And there are also other tiny single cell organisms or unicellular organisms called bacteria. And these also, again, come in different shapes and sizes. And they can live inside us, in our guts or on our skin, but they can also live in the soil. They can help digest nutrients for the plants to use to grow. And they can be found in the ocean. And besides bacteria, there are even smaller organisms called viruses. Now, these are my favorite. But they're not technically cells. They are tiny packages containing instructions on how to make more of them or to copy themselves. But they don't work unless they're inside another cell, like human cells, to do this. So bacteria and viruses that can cause disease in humans or animals are what we call pathogens. So I have a nice little activity here for you, and I would like you to try and think about any infectious diseases you can name that are either caused by viruses or bacteria, and discuss them with your classmates, or if you're watching from home with your siblings or your parents if they're around, and just see how many you can come up with. Okay. Okay, so hopefully you've come up with a few ideas, maybe from personal experience if you've ever been infected by any of these. So I'll give you some examples. So firstly, we have some viruses. So viruses can cause the flu, the seasonal flu, chickenpox. It's quite a common childhood viral infection. I had it when I was about 8 years old, and I remember it just being 2 weeks of pure misery. And there's also measles, which we have a vaccine for, so hopefully not many people get that anymore. We have obviously COVID-19, which is affecting us now. And we have dengue fever, which is a virus that I have studied before and is relevant to this talk, and we'll talk about that a bit later on. And we also have some infections caused by bacteria. So some of these are called pneumonia. That's an infection of the lungs. We have conjunctivitis, which is an infection of the eye. Meningitis is an infection of the brain. And you can get food poisoning. So if you've ever had a dodgy takeaway or you haven't cooked your chicken for long enough, sometimes you can get food poisoning, which can result in a very nasty stomach bug. So we're going to talk a bit about the pathogen that I fight. And we're going to start off with talking about mosquitoes. So why are they a problem? So the issue with mosquitoes is that they have a life cycle that includes feeding upon humans. It's particularly the females, only the females mosquitoes do this. So their life cycle is, so a day in the life of a mosquito is, they're very inactive at night, so they kind of sleep. So during the day, they'll wake up and they'll have lunchtime, which is pretty much all day. And they'll seek out humans to bite them. And the reason they need to bite humans is that they need our blood. And they use our blood to help them to lay their eggs. And then that continues their life cycle of the eggs hatching, growing into larvae and becoming adults. And that cycle continues. Now this becomes a problem because if a mosquito bites a person infected with a particular virus, it can carry this virus from one infected person to a new person who is yet to be infected. So as this little diagram at the bottom here shows you, you'll have an uninfected mosquito who has no virus in them. They'll bite an infected person and take up that blood meal, and that blood meal will contain this virus. That mosquito then becomes infected itself, and the virus grows inside them and becomes prevalent enough that when they bite the next person who is uninfected, will in their saliva, they will deposit some virus into that person's skin that will get through into their blood. And after about 5 or 7 days, that virus will have copied itself enough times to then infect and become a problem in that person. And now that person counts as a newly infected individual. And this cycle can continue on and on and on, and you can get really large outbreaks of these viruses. So these viruses are things like dengue fever, as I mentioned before, and Zika, which became a major outbreak around the world in about 2014 and remained a problem for a few years. So a bit more information about dengue fever specifically. So as I said before, they're transmitted by mosquitoes, and they affect people in subtropical regions. So regions where it's very warm weather, it's very wet, it's like rainforesty type weather. So plenty of places around the world are affected by this, like places in Southeast Asia, in northern parts of Australia, huge parts of Africa, and also South America. It's a very, very prevalent problem. And some of these symptoms are, can be deemed as quite mild. So you can have a fever, which is unpleasant, but you can live with it. You can also get severe joint pain, and this joint pain can be so bad that it gives it a nickname. There's another nickname for dengue fever is breakbone fever, because your joints can hurt so bad it feels like your bones are being broken. And you can also sometimes get a rash on your torso, sometimes on your limbs as well. And these other symptoms that I've listed here, like liver swelling or internal bleeding, these are very severe complications of dengue fever, and they don't happen to everyone. They're quite uncommon, but even so, they can require you to have an extended stay in the hospital where you need round-the-clock care to make sure that you can recover. So yeah, so that can be a large problem in the affected countries. So there are different ways to prevent dengue, and they mainly center around stopping insects or stopping the mosquito from biting you. So this can be done with insect repellent, which you can put on your skin, or you can put it on your skin, and that stops the mosquito from biting you. And then if they do bite you, that insect repellent poisons them and they die. You can also have insecticides where you spray them just into the environment, so either inside a room in a building or outside in the street. And that helps to kill the mosquitoes and therefore reduce their biting. You can also reduce their breeding sites, so prevent them from breeding by pouring, because they like to breed in buckets and in buckets of water that have been left around, or puddles that have been left around, or tires. Now, tires are a particular problem because generally when they've been used or they're no longer useful, they'll be left in piles or in landfill. And when it rains, they can collect pools of water on the inside rim of them. And that's quite a common place to find mosquito eggs and larvae. The other thing you can do is you can cover exposed skin. So you can wear long-sleeved tops or long-legged trousers, and that just stops the mosquito from being able to come into contact with your skin and bite you. Now, these methods, they have varying effectiveness, but they generally rely on either killing the mosquitoes directly, preventing them from breeding, or physically preventing them from biting you. Now, this is all well and good, but it tends to not be very effective, especially when there's in the wet season where there's lots more rain and it's really hard to reduce these breeding sites. So is there a way to make it impossible for the mosquito to carry viruses from person to person, so that even if they do manage to bite you, and they eventually will manage to bite you, that there's no threat or risk from infection? Now that's where the wild mosquito program, their Wolbachia method comes in. And here's a short video to explain to you in more detail about Wolbachia, which is a type of bacteria that we use to help fight this virus.
The mosquito known as Aedes aegypti originated in Africa. Over the last 400 years, it has spread throughout all tropical regions of the world, transmitting viruses to people. We are working on a way to stop this mosquito from transmitting dengue. Our method uses naturally occurring bacteria called Wolbachia that live inside insect cells and are passed from one generation to the next through the insect's eggs. Wolbachia are found naturally in up to 60% of all the different species of insects. Insects that include fruit flies, moths, dragonflies, and butterflies. The secret to the success of Wolbachia is how it manipulates the reproduction of the insects it lives in, so to give itself an advantage. It works like this. If a male insect has Wolbachia and mates with a female that doesn't, then the eggs she lays won't hatch. If the female has Wolbachia and the male doesn't, she would lay her normal number of eggs. They would all hatch, and all offspring will carry Wolbachia. When two insects that both carry Wolbachia mate, the eggs will hatch, and all offspring will carry Wolbachia. Over a few generations, the number of individuals carrying Wolbachia increases rapidly until nearly all the insects within a population have the bacteria. We wanted to see if we could use Wolbachia as a way to stop dengue transmission. To do this, we first had to move Wolbachia into the mosquito so that it would grow and be passed between generations. Using microscopic needles, we took Wolbachia from the fruit fly and injected it directly into young Aedes aegypti eggs. It took us thousands and thousands of attempts, but finally, we were successful. We then took the mosquitoes that contained Wolbachia and infected them with dengue, and found something really exciting. The virus didn't grow well in the mosquito, and if it can't grow, it can't be passed between people. Our next step was to build large enclosed outdoor cages in northern Australia that we filled with local mosquitoes. We then introduced mosquitoes containing Wolbachia to see if it could spread into the cage population, and it did. We now wanted to test the method where dengue is found, but before we did this, we needed the government to examine the safety of our method and approve our trials. Then we needed to gain the support and approval of communities to release mosquitoes containing Wolbachia. With these approvals, we began our first open field trials in Australia in 2011. Wolbachia mosquitoes were released once a week for 10 weeks, and within a few months, close to 100% of the mosquitoes had Wolbachia. And years later, they still do. Ongoing trials in Australia and dengue-endemic countries are now determining the best way to deploy Wolbachia across whole cities. It is our hope that with continued success, the Wolbachia control method will protect the health of the 2.5 billion people that live in dengue transmission areas.
Okay. So I would just like to highlight a point that was made there about community engagement. So our work would be impossible without the trust and support of communities in which we operate. And this relies on us taking a special effort to educate them about our method, which can include going into schools, talking with community leaders and religious leaders, and really getting them on board with the method and how it can benefit them. So much is owed to their enthusiasm for the project, and we're really proud of the impact they've allowed us to have across the world. So now we'll talk about my role in this program. So I would say my role is very backstage or behind the scenes in all of this. And as hopefully I've kind of put across, our method relies on this sort of triangle of interactions that happen. So between the mosquito and the viruses that they normally carry, and when we implement Wolbachia to prevent the carriage of these viruses. And so what I do is I focus mainly on the mosquitoes themselves. So I look at their genetic instructions or their DNA, and that can help me to understand what's happening. So in much the same way that you might decide to build your Legos differently, going back to that Lego analogy that I have, if you've lost some pieces or if you need to adapt your design for whatever reason, you can change those instructions or do something differently to those instructions. This is similar for mosquitoes and any other living thing. They can change their response to their environment or their interactions with pathogens like bacteria or viruses. So what I do is I check these changes that mosquitoes make by looking at their DNA to see if there's any noticeable differences that occur when we introduce this Wolbachia to them. And this allows us to ask various questions. So we can look at these changes in their genetic information to see if the mosquitoes themselves are adapting to the Wolbachia. Is the virus able to adapt to the Wolbachia? And is there a way that we can determine the best conditions for our method to succeed? And if so, how can we improve this method over time? And yeah, so I spend a lot of time in the lab and also at my computer using different methods to do this. So yeah, that's a very backstage look at it, but it's a very interesting project. I'm very proud to be part of it, and it's a very unique way to approach this, to actually use a bacteria which we're usually told are bad for us. Actually, they can have a cool function that helps protect us from viral infections. And with that being said, I'll just give you some additional resources that should you like to follow up and research more about this method. We have this website here, the World Mosquito Program website, which is similar to the video, but it's just in written form rather than a video. And there's two videos here that I quite like about dengue virus. And one of them I feel is aimed at younger children, so between 5 and 8 years old. And it just follows the life of a young girl who becomes infected by dengue virus and how that affects her life. And then the second video is a bit more advanced, I would say, and it talks more about dengue virus itself and the complications that can happen as a result of infection. So with that being said, I'd like to thank the organisers again and thank you for your attention, and I hope you enjoy the rest of the day. Thank you.
Yo, GermFest. Beat it, beat it, beat it, beat it. No, seriously, beat it. Yeah, you better check what you learn, yeah? You better beat the virus and the organisms, bacteria with the GermFest. This is what you do, get educated. Antibiotics, sometimes overrated, especially if you don't use it for the things that you need. Yes, indeed, you best believe, get educated and know the science. Antibiotics ain't something you can rely on. This is the truth as I speak to you. My name is Testament, going out to all the youth. Peace. Yo, my name's Testament. Big up everybody that's involved in #GermFest. Make sure you get educated, make sure you're looking after yourselves, looking after the community, and by doing that, looking after the whole world. All right, my name's Testament. I'm out here. Peace.
Hello and welcome. My name is Magda Han. I'm the research assistant for Ebug. So this session today is aimed at teachers, TAs, school nurses, and anyone else who's interested in reducing infections among children at school. So this is going to be a bit of a crash course on Ebug with some practical demonstrations thrown in for good measure. So first of all, what is Ebug? So Ebug is a health education resource. We cater for ages 4 to 18, and we teach about microbes, antibiotic resistance, the spread, treatment, and prevention of infection. So we were first established in 2006 by the Health Protection Agency. We're now operated by Public Health England. So Ebug is also now translated into 24 different languages. We're used all over Europe and really all over the world. So from the US to Saudi Arabia and India as well. So this means that, you know, we can also support children who you may have in your class who don't have English as a first language. This is sometimes a tricky subject to grasp, and that can really benefit some of those children. So we're here with you today on the second day of World Antimicrobial Awareness Day, and there's a very good reason for that. So antibiotic resistance, as you may know, is one of the biggest threats to global health that we face today. Antibiotic resistance, which is the process where bacteria evolve to evade antibiotics that we use to kill them, is happening everywhere, all over the world, and it could really affect anyone of any age. So when we start to lose these antibiotics that we rely on, the things that we enjoy as part of modern medicine will really become much harder and much more dangerous. So this is stuff from general surgery to chemotherapy and even treating once trivial infections. So Ebug was really first developed as a teaching resource with the aim of tackling the problem of antibiotic resistance. And it's been designed to do the following. So here, increase the knowledge of our future antibiotic users and prescribers. So this is the youth of today, your students. Reduce the spread of childhood infections, reduce absenteeism in school, reduce inappropriate antibiotic use, and reduce antibiotic resistance. So our resource has a significant role in various national strategies. So both the government's 5 and 20-year action plans outline the importance of education, not only here in the UK, but globally. So we obviously have, you know, a fairly significant role in that. We're also recommended by the National Institute for Health and Care Excellence, and more recently by the Department for Education, who encourage all schools to be using our infection prevention resources to support a healthy return to school amidst COVID-19. So above all else, we're here for teachers. We link with the loads of areas in the national curriculum, math, science, art and design, but also primarily, I would say, we link with PSHE or more recently, what we're moving towards is RSHE. So we link in really well with health and prevention as well as sexual health. So what do we offer in terms of teaching resources? So we have resources that cater to from ages 4 to 18 on our website. You can find everything arranged by key stage there. We offer lesson plans for key stages 2 to 4, and we have a slightly slimmed down version of resources at key stage 1. So this primarily includes activities and demonstrations. So to support teaching these teaching resources, we also offer some additional materials. We've got an animated series developed by Fun Kids. So this is really designed to help explain topics around microbes, infection prevention and antibiotics. And for older children, we have our debate kits. So those were developed by I'm a Scientist, and they cover vaccinations, antibiotic resistance, and more recently, food safety. So we cover largely the same topics over all the key stages. As you can see here, we cover microorganisms, the spread of infection, prevention of infection, and treatment of infection. At key stage 4, we do have a slightly more slimmed down approach and cover just antibiotics and vaccinations. So now I'm going to give you a little run through of our website. you can see where everything's laid out and how you can use it. So this is the Ebug homepage. It's been freshly relaunched this September. So the old website that we'd had pretty much since 2006 has now been completely revamped to make it accessible. So this means that the website can now be accessed and used by people of all abilities. The new site is also much easier to navigate, which is a really good plus. So here on the website, on the homepage, sorry, you can see educator resources, training resources, and community resources. So inside our community resources, we've got our Beat the Bugs course, which is for adults, families, and those with learning difficulties. We also have the Antibiotic Guardian Youth Badge, which has been developed for youth groups and after-school clubs. Down here, we can see some tags. So you can select whatever you're interested in, and it will show you a list of resources that link with that. Here, for example, if you click on a curriculum tag, it'll list all of the relevant lessons within that, as you can see here. So right down at the bottom of the page, you can see our Ebug newsletter. It's a quarterly newsletter, so you can either view the current newsletter here, or you can sign up to receive this on a quarterly basis. So let's have a little look at the educator resources. So here you can see it's all broken up into Key Stage 1, Key Stage 2, Key Stage 3, and Key Stage 4. We'll take a look at Key Stage 3. So this is the Key Stage 3 homepage. Here you can see you can download the entire pack with all of the lessons, or you can have a look at the individual lessons. If you want to filter, if you're particularly interested in the spread of infection, for example, you can click that and it'll show you this. So we'll view this hand hygiene lesson. So here it gives you a little bit of kind of background information, some tags, a little bit of information about the lesson, and then this is how you will run the lesson, what the learning objectives are, any equipment, curriculum. Here you can download the full pack again. This is the full pack for hand hygiene. So it's the full lesson with everything you'll require. Or here you can go down to the bottom of the page and you can download the sheets separately, which is really useful when you've got, for example, student handouts and student worksheets. Down here is any multimedia, so this includes the PowerPoint that you might want to use to run the lesson, or any, we've got some additional posters in this lesson, which is really good. So here in training, we show all of our different training offerings. As you can see, we have a few, and I'll discuss these more later in the presentation. But here you can find a little bit more information and navigate to some of our training opportunities. So here at the top of the page, you can see our coronavirus banner. This will take you to our coronavirus page. So this provides up-to-date information about coronavirus and some tips and tricks for you. We also include our resources that we've made. So here we've got our back to school bubble story, and we've got all of the relevant lessons for teaching about infection prevention during COVID. Also some helpful links down here. So that is it for the website at the moment. So we are still currently working on relaunching some elements of the website. So these include the games. So this was one of our most popular resources. Children really love them, and they've actually been studied and proven to be effective in helping educate children about antibiotics and vaccinations. So looking forward to having those back on the website soon. So now to the practical section. So I'm going to talk through some of our lessons that we provide in a little bit more detail with with a little bit of a demonstration for each. So this section on microbes is really the foundation to everything that we teach. So microbes include bacteria, viruses and fungi. Some of these are useful to humans, some of these are harmful, some don't directly affect us at all, but they are found all around us on everything that we touch, in the air that we breathe, in our soil, in our bodies, and everywhere else. So I personally find this really, really fascinating, and it's something I think we cover really, really well in our resources. So I'll go on to discuss now one of our major activities that you'll find in the packs. So our lessons on microbes start with an introduction. In later lessons, we also give more depth into useful and then harmful microbes as well. So for the introduction to microbes, we aim to teach children that there are three main microbes, bacteria, viruses and fungi. So we also want to explain where these are found and what these look like. So we realise that this can be quite a challenging concept for younger children to picture in their heads and grasp. So at Key Stage 1 and Key Stage 2, we use a really fun modelling activity to explore their different shapes. So all you'll need is a small amount of Play-Doh. And we've got some reference images on the Ebug website, which you can download, print out, and kind of use in the classroom as a reference. And then really, it's an exploration of creativity. So children can either use the reference pictures to make a known microbe, or they can, make up their own weird and wonderful microbe and explain it to the class. It's really just a good way of producing a discussion around these things, and it's really fun and engaging for the children. So here I've just made some example microbes, got a nice E. coli over here, some viruses in the middle, so you can really, take this activity as far as you want. So for older students, we have a card game. So this is a Top Trumps-esque card game. You play it exactly as you would Top Trumps, but it has, instead of anything else, it has microbes. So this is a really good way, again, of engaging students in kind of a discussion around these things. So on the card, you can see some stats there, but also a little bit of information about the microbe, its role in the world. So yeah, it's a really good way of engaging students with that. So we have a paper copy that's available in the pack, which you can print out. But we are also working on relaunching the online version that we have. So that's kind of more of a single player game, but it's still really effective, and students really, really like that. Or we've got these professionally printed copies. And if you ever want a copy of these, you can email the Ebug inbox, and I can liaise with you and get some of those sent out to you for free. So that is that. So on to hand washing. Hand washing is really the #1 action every one of us can take against germ spreading. So our lessons on hand hygiene are really designed to explain the why as well as the how. So we offer lessons at Key Stage 1, Key Stage 2 and Key Stage 3. And we can take a little closer look at some of the activities now. So I'm going to do a demonstration now of an activity that we use at both Key Stage 1 and Key Stage 2. It's a demonstration that's really designed to teach students that microbes on our hands are invisible. So by touching other people and things around us, we may be transferring these invisible microbes, these bacteria and viruses, from our hands to other people, and potentially making them ill. So to do this experiment, teachers will need a small bottle of UV gel. So this stuff is really cheap to get online. It also goes a long way. I think we've had this bottle in the unit for probably about 5 years. So really a tiny amount goes a very long way. You'll also need a UV torch. They can also be procured very easily online. And if you are not able to get any of these resources, we could also suggest you using glitter instead of the glow gel, because as we know, that stuff really gets everywhere. It doesn't have the same effect showing the invisible nature of the microbes, but it is good at reflecting how far these microbes can travel around an area, such as a classroom. So first off, you want to get some glow gel and encourage your students to get some on their hands. Not too much, because if you put too much on, you can't see any definition between where the gel is and where it isn't. So it kind of sometimes looks like there's nothing on your hand. But if I just show you here with some gel on my hand, you can see quite clearly where I've put that. So the version in the packs, we do recommend, we have in the past recommended that children put some gel on their hands and then shake hands with their friends, their peers in their class, and this will then show the gel being spread amongst the children. However, obviously with new COVID restrictions, we wouldn't recommend this. I would recommend you take into account the guidance at your own school, and we would suggest maybe adapting this activity to have children touching objects around the classroom, all within guidance. You can still do this activity successfully. So yeah, you can then use the torch to find wherever the glow gel may have spread. So here on this stapler, you can see that's covered in microbes. And this will then go on to a hand washing exercise. So the hand washing exercise is designed to test how effective it is to wash hands in different conditions. So you can use a condition where a child briefly washes their hands with no soap, a condition where they use soap and water, and then a condition where they're doing it for the full recommended 20 seconds, fronts and backs and every other crease in their hand, with soap and water, and then use the torch once more just to investigate the students' hands, see what remains. And from this, you can discuss with the class what they think was effective, what wasn't. And I think it's a really good demonstration of this that students really appreciate. So on to respiratory hygiene. So this is another lesson that is recommended by the Department for Education for teaching children about covering coughs and sneezes. So sneezes are germ spreading machines. A sneeze can travel up to 100 miles an hour, and it can also reach a distance of 8 meters. A cough isn't much better, it can still reach up to 6 meters. So for this reason, we advocate for good respiratory hygiene. And as we all know, the catchphrase, catch it, bin it, kill it. So that's really what we're trying to teach children here. So what we use is the snot gun. So this is one of our most popular lessons with both teachers and students. It's really interactive. It's a bit of a laugh, and it's a really good depiction of some of these disgusting sneeze facts. So let's take a little look at that in action. So this is a video of our old colleague Roshanara. She's demonstrating the snot gun at a training event that we've given. So here you can see how the runway is set up. So you've got a couple of tables end to end like this, and you'll start the activity by asking the students to write their name either on this piece of paper or on a sticky note, and to place this somewhere along the runway where they think that the sneeze will land. So at this point, you'll want to bring a volunteer from the class. You'll demonstrate the sneeze, and you can then go on to see how far down the runway this has travelled and which students the sneeze has kind of infected there. So as you can see here, loads of students. There's hardly anyone who hasn't been in the firing line for this sneeze. So now you're going to want to ask the class what they think might be better than this. You'll probably get a few different suggestions, but you can say, okay, let's see what would happen if we covered the sneeze with just our hand. So you can give a willing participant a plastic glove and they will recreate the sneeze once more. So as you can see here, the sneeze hasn't travelled so far. But you know, it's all over that individual's hands. If they were to go, you know, play with a friend, shake their hand, use a doorknob, that sneeze is going to travel everywhere. So obviously this isn't the best solution. At this point you can ask the class again, what do they think would be better than this? So hopefully someone will suggest using a tissue. At this point, you can bring up another volunteer, give them a tissue, and again, recreate the sneeze. So here we go. Let's see what happens this time. 1, 2, 3. There we go. So as you can see, the sneeze was totally caught. It's not travelled any further than the tissue. It's not on her hand, and that tissue can now be disposed of. So this is really a demonstration of catch it, bin it, kill it. So as I've said, this is a really popular activity. The kids love it, the teachers love it. It's really good for getting involved and engaged. And it's a really good visualization of this idea of catch it, bin it, kill it. So in terms of some of our other physical resources that we can provide you, we have some brilliant resources for ages 11 and above. So these are our debate kits. So these have been developed by ourselves in conjunction with I'm a Scientist. So these debate cards look at antibiotic resistance and also vaccinations. We've also got a pack that's recently come out and is available online about food safety. So these are really a terrific resource for kind of stimulating class discussion. The cards contain a number of different characters, all with different viewpoints on the subject. So the aim of the debate is not to find a solution to the answer that is to the question that is asked, but it is to discuss some of the topics that surround these. So they kind of integrate scientific thinking with also social and cultural influences that might be affecting people's decisions in regards to things such as vaccines or taking antibiotics. So these are available online. They are also available through I'm a Scientist, who you can contact via their website. They will be able to send you some packs. I believe they are free if you are ordering the Ebug pack, so the antibiotic resistance, the vaccination, and the food safety pack. So those should be free. So another major provision that we've made for teachers is our free e-learning course. This is delivered through FutureLearn. So the course is really designed to give a full introduction to Ebug and all of the topics that kind of are involved in Ebug. So the course is broken into 3 weeks. It can be completed in more or less time. And as I said, it covers all the Ebug topics, but it uses helpful videos, activities, and there's some interaction along the way as well. So to date, this course has had almost 3,000 learners. Feedback during the first 6 months has been absolutely amazing. So in the first 6 months, 94% of those surveyed say that they gained new skills and knowledge, and 96% reported that the course either met or exceeded expectations. So that's really, really positive feedback. We now have a new course which we have helped to launch. So this is less Ebug specific. It's this one here, preventing and managing infections in childcare and preschool. So the topics that are covered are microbes, how they are spread in an early year setting. It also looks at simple ways of preventing and stopping infections. We also explore the ways that you can protect children from infectious diseases, including proper use of antibiotics and vaccinations. So this course is really aimed at anyone who works with or cares for infants and young children under the age of 4. And this includes nursery nurses, daycare staff, childminders and carers, whereas the Ebug health educator training is really catering for any educator who teaches from Key Stage 1 right up to Key Stage 4. So for those more interested in a more involved type of learning, we also offer our famous Train the Trainer sessions. These are designed to train educators in using Ebug materials with the purpose of then training their colleagues in turn. So this photo is obviously from the before times. You can see the sessions are very interactive. They give educators a chance to try out our key activities. But since everything's gone remote, we have actually successfully trialed a remote version of this training also. So we usually run these sessions with the help of a local authority who can gather many different educators from many different schools together. But anyone who has a large enough network of teachers who will be able to gather enough teachers together can contact us at Ebug to arrange some sort of training. So I lightly touched on this while we were going through the website, but on our coronavirus page you'll find some additional resources. So we've designed a couple of infection prevention posters for students which highlight kind of key information about hand washing and respiratory hygiene. So these can be displayed around the school in key areas. We've also created a storybook. So this was designed for children between the ages of 5 and 7. This book was designed to support children returning to school following the initial lockdown, and was developed with input from teachers, experts, parents, and even some children. And it's really designed to support good infection prevention practices, but also crucially to support children's well-being and to alleviate some of the anxiety that they might have about returning to school. So it's a fully inclusive and really lovely story. I would really suggest anyone go to our coronavirus page and take a look at that. So that really concludes my presentation for the day. Please note that our social media handles are here, and we're extremely active on social media. We're always posting what we're doing, so it's a really great place to keep in touch with us. Keep up to date with any research that we're doing that you might want to participate in, or any new resources. So I'll just leave that there for you.
So this activity is based in Key Stage 1. What I'm going to do is show you an activity with friendly and unfriendly bacteria, as you can see on my board. We've got a spinning wheel here, we've got some cards here, and this activity I would recommend for a Key Stage 1 class. I'm going to be using the Clementoni dock, which is very similar to a bee-bot. So I'm going to quickly demo how I would do this activity. So first of all, we'd start on placing the board out and putting our bacteria. As you might spot later on, the bacteria have got numbers on the back of them. You could work with any numbers that you're concentrating on in your classroom. I'm going to start by spinning the wheel. I've got a blue bacteria and a pink bacteria. So I have to get my dock robot, bee-bot if you've got one, from a pink to a blue or a blue to a pink. It completely depends on how I want to do it. So what I'm going to do first of all, start looking at my board and decide there's my pink and there's the blue, and I'm going to start to develop using the cards. Decide on the starting place for your robot. I'm going to use the cards to help me start to develop my algorithm. So I know I need to go forward. I can practice with my robot. I'm going to get him to move, I say him, but it might be it. Right, and I think that's going to get me, if I use the card forward, that's going to get me into that box. So what I would also recommend the children do is bring the algorithm down and place it in an order so that they know the sequence of the algorithm. And then what they can do is start to program that into the robot step by step. So we're going to start with turning him on. I'll just get him ready. It's the first activity I'm going to do. First instruction is move him into here. Then check my algorithm. I need to move him right. And then finally forward. So I've got him into here. Then the children can start to develop. Once they've got their bacteria, they can decide if he's friendly. He is a friendly bacteria because he's 9 points, which is good. So now I then decide how I'm going to get him into the blue square. So I think I'm going to go forwards. That takes me into that one. Getting the children to gesture how they're going to do the algorithm, turning him, getting the children to look through the eyes of the robot. So if he's looking that way, how is he going to turn? Is he turning left or is he turning right? He's going to move forward, he's going to turn left. What the final instructions, I'm going to get him to move forward. All systems set. Once the children are happy, they might decide to put that algorithm in with a single bit of code each time, or they might put the whole sequence in, the whole algorithm, so that they move him forwards, turn him and go straight up. So if I was to collect this one here, I've got 7. So I have found 2 very friendly bacteria. You could use number lines to help them work out what 9 and 7 are together. Use apparatus, use Pneumocon, use Multilink, anything like that to support them. As you develop the problem, you might have an extra set of bacteria that you then can place on the board, and the children will have to decide if they are going, for example, left or right to get a different bacteria. And it's a kind of potluck whether they are 10 and 6. But some of the bacteria, as you can see, aren't very friendly. Okay.
Hello everybody, I'm Sarah Eames and I'm a primary school teacher in Leicester. Last year I was teaching year 1, this year I'm teaching year 6, so it's a little bit different. I work at Sandfield 2 days a week, and 1 day a week I work for the Primary Science Teaching Trust, which is really exciting. And then the other 2 days and my weekends, I usually spend my time doing primary science or doing things associated with primary science. I've been invited along because I was with Louise on Science on Stage, where again it was fantastic and was really interesting. I have got a few resources here that you might want to have a look at. I've called it Resources for Teaching About Microorganisms, and it can be fitted into the Year 6 curriculum, but it is also quite good to do with children in Key Stage 2. In fact, one of the activities you might be able to do in Key Stage 1. Right, so what I have done for you is I put everything together on a Padlet. I've called it Microorganisms CPD, and I'm hoping that all of the links still work, because sometimes they don't, do they? And I've put my PowerPoint there and all of the other things, but on the previous slide I did have my email address, so please do email me if you need any help or any other resources that perhaps I mention accidentally and I've not put onto the Padlet. So one of the first ones is a few years ago, you might remember that there was a big epidemic about swine flu, and the Primary Update people put together a short PowerPoint presentation, but then also lots of questions for the children to try and find out more about it. I think it's got similar parallels to what's actually happening at the moment with the coronavirus, so I think it is an activity which you would be able to do in 1 hour, and is really interesting because it looks at why it spread so quickly. Another activity that's there that's been around for a while, but I've only just realised that actually it's open access on the Manchester University website, and that is bacteria and custard, and is about what happens when a high chair is put away and there's a blob of custard on there, and there's a chart for children to fill in, and then there's challenge cards of things that happen which actually might make the bacteria grow more rapidly and quickly. So again, it fits in with the microorganisms and is an afternoon's activity for the children, which again is really good, and you could probably do this from year 3 onwards. It's got all the teachers' resources there, it's got the challenge cards, and also it's got the pupil card for filling in. One of the other activities is from Ebug. I don't know if anybody's going to be doing anything with those activities, but it's one that we actually tried in school, and it was really good fun because we had to get the children to have a squeezy bottle, the type that does a spray on it, and they were making snot and they were seeing how far it could go. And so there were bits of paper that they would stand at different distances and they would spray it. And also we changed the consistency of the liquid, which we did, turn it a greeny yellowy colour and spray it to see what happens and how the splatter pattern spreads out across the classroom really quickly. So that's a really fun activity, and again would probably take you an hour and a half to actually set up, and all the resources are there. One of the activities as well is making a slimy snot, and I've put the link to the Cleeps activity there as well, which is slime time, and of course they follow all the health and safety guidance and give you tips as a teacher as to what to do and what not to do, and I think it's just slime that has been turned a greeny yellow colour. The last resource that I've got on this slide is from the Children Challenging Industry, and that is medicines from microbes. And I know a couple of years ago when I wasn't in year 6, the teachers actually did this because it was all about making the medicines and linking it to their work on microorganisms at the time, and it worked really well. So that has got all of the teacher notes in there as well. So do please have a look at the Padlet and have a look at those activities. They're all ones that you can actually do in an afternoon or one session if you've got all of the resources to hand before the actual lesson. One of the other activities which I really loved doing, and it's a couple of years ago, but I actually was really surprised that it was 2016 that it was actually produced, is all about Edward Jenner. And it was an ASE resource which is really comprehensive, and you could spend a whole week just working on this one resource because it's got so many different activities. And it's called Catch Smallpox, and it was supported by the Wellcome Trust before they started doing all their Explorify, and there is a 15-minute film to go with it. I've taken this PowerPoint from their website, so on some of the slides I'll talk a little bit about it, and on some of them I'll skip through quite quickly, but there is so much in there that is worthwhile doing depending upon what slant you want to put on it in the curriculum. So is split up into 3, 6, 7, 8 different activities. The one that we really love doing, and we did it in year 5 because I went to year 5 and we did it in year 5, was a piece of drama called The Speckled Monster, and about what happened when a village caught smallpox. I've put a take care on that because individually children were given envelopes and it said who they were, whether they were in the rich house or whether they were in one of the poorer cottages or the workers that worked for the big house. And it had individual names and it had what their jobs were, but also you had the problem that as you told the story, certain people died. Now, it may be a little bit insensitive to do that at the moment, so it might be that you just put the cards on the table and the children don't actually take those individual roles, because we did have some of the children dying and they went and sat in one part of the classroom whilst the rest of the households found out what would happen the next day and what would happen the next day to find out if they actually survived, whether they caught smallpox and whether they actually died. So I've put a take care with that one. The history detectives is a really good one to do, and it takes you on, well, as it suggests, a more history thing as to what was probably true and what has been made up to make it a good story, the fiction behind it as well. Picturing Dr. Jenner was an interesting one because they had different paintings and different scenarios put together by people throughout the last few years, sort of like 100 years ago, 200 years ago, and then ones that were more recent, and the children looked at the pictures, did a lot of comparing, a lot of comparisons between what was similar, what was different, and why they were actually depicted in those ways. So they were actually being a little bit more critical and analysing the actual photographs and paintings to find out what was similar and what was different, and you could also link that to what was actually made up for the picture and what was true. Why you'll never catch smallpox, that's an interesting one, because what they do is they trace it from when it actually happened in the 1880s and why so many people were dying, and how Dr. Jenner realised that if people had cowpox, then they had some sort of immunisation against catching smallpox. And then they trace it up to the present day, and the fact that actually now the virus only is contained, well, apparently some places just find sort of like pots of the virus or how it's actually grown in their universities and things, so it's only kept in labs now, and there hasn't been a case since I think something like the 1980s, but it does tell you in all the teachers' notes about that. The great vaccine debate, I can remember we had a really good debate about this, but when I went to have a look at the resources, I've put a star next to it because it says that we're denied access. Not really sure why, but it is a really important one to do if you're looking at the ethics behind it and whether we want to sort of like encourage children that vaccines are a good thing. In the past, there were some times when people were not very keen on having vaccines. I know that when my children were young, which is sort of like 15, 20 years ago, there was lots of debate about whether they should have vaccines. I'm a real strong advocate that yes, we should have these vaccines, but I know that my sister spent lots of money having them done separately, and she had 3 different ones at different times, so that there wasn't a problem, but there was lots of talk about it, and there still is lots of talk about it. And that leads really nicely into, I think, one of the best resources is about Dr. Edwina Jenner, and she goes through how vaccines are actually put into medical trials and what they do to make sure that they're safe for the public, and it's got sort of a timetable of when things should happen, and obviously that is taking place at the moment. So it's really interesting to find out about her and her life, and then there's like a comprehension sort of questions about her as well, that can be sort of like answered. Now, when we first did it, which was a few years ago, we didn't have the technology and the iPads to make movies. Now, I think most classes have access to iPads, and it is probably easier for children to make movies now, using the different iPlayer or whatever software you've got on them. So that is quite a nice one. If you wanted this to be a week's worth of activities or part of a science week, or if you wanted to do a full immersion into it so that the children really understood what was happening, and it's about the children taking ownership and making their own movies based on this story. So that is it all in a nutshell, really. What I will do is I will go through the slides, but I won't spend too long actually talking about some of them. But that should give you an overview of perhaps the fact that you don't have to do every single one of the activities. It might be that you look through. The ASE has got all of these linked onto their webpage. It's got full comprehensive teacher notes. It's got PowerPoints for everyone. It's got pupil resources as well that you can download. So it has been really well put together, and it might take a little bit of reading and planning to actually fit it into your classroom, but you could probably do a whole afternoon every single week on this project and then see how it fits in with what's actually happening at the moment and bring it totally up to date as to how they're trying to find a vaccine and all the different things that they're doing at the moment, which should give us hope and optimism for the future that actually smallpox is no more, nobody will ever catch it. And hopefully that is what's going to happen with the coronavirus, is that in a few years' time, hopefully there will be this vaccine that everybody will have, so that, again, we won't have this virus and there won't be people catching it. So these are the activities that are in a little bit more detail, and I will just quickly go through the PowerPoint. So we've just quickly been through some of those. Like I said, the great debate is one that's worth doing. Picturing Dr. Jenner, looking at the different pictures, the photographs and that. You could do it as a critical thinking exercise and have different pictures on different tables. I'm not sure if you're allowing children to move around, even if they're in a bubble. But I know that we've gone back to children just working in pairs because of the situation is at the moment. The 15-minute video is well worth watching anyway, and just discussing what's actually happening in the video and that it's based on something real. What really happened looks at the factual and the fictional side of things. And then picturing Dr. Jenner, I think I've been through that. And the fact that also in this country before coronavirus, one of the main things that we were worried about was measles and how certain areas would have an outbreak of measles and what the authorities would do to try and stop that from spreading, what they would try and do in schools and what the families would try and do and what they would do in the community is very similar to what we're doing here for the coronavirus, but not on such a big scale. So I've been through sort of like some of this. It has got 4 core resources and then 5 enrichment ones. I think I said that there were only 7 of them, but that makes 9, doesn't it? So I'm not sure which ones I've missed out. It does develop all of those skills of working scientifically. It also links with your maths, it links in with your English, the history, how it happened and what's actually happening now. And most importantly, I think for the future of our children is they think about the ethics behind it as well. Is this something that we should do? How do we trust what data we're given? And making them a little bit more discerning about the information that they might see on Google. And for the future, they're the generations that are going to have to make decisions about certain things, and actually making decisions such as having the debate about vaccines, I think would be a really interesting one. Now, some of them do lend themselves to more of the history than they do the science and working scientifically. So again, you can pick and choose which ones will actually fit in with what you're doing. They suggest that the resources for 9 to 11-year-olds, but I would say that any of the children from sort of year 3 onwards would be able to understand what's happening in the video, and you'd be able to link some of the activities to what's happening in the video so that the children can understand how important this was and how Dr. Jenner perhaps should be remembered, as well as Charles Darwin. I know that Andrew Marr, the historian who does the Sunday Morning Politics, he very much argued for the case that actually Dr. Jenner, Edward Jenner, should be sort of like celebrated more, because he has actually saved thousands, millions of people's lives by taking a risk back in the 1880s and doing something which would probably now be frowned upon, but because he did it, that's meant that smallpox is now eradicated and doesn't exist at all. So it starts off with a 15-minute drama, and the drama film is called James, and again you can just link to the ASE website and you can play it from the ASE website. It is worth perhaps watching, discussing, and then watching again. So perhaps you could plan some questions to ask the children about it, because they might not notice it first of all, because it's 15 minutes long, so you probably would have time to watch it at the beginning of a lesson, discuss something, and then actually watch it again. And I think children would pick up more and understand more, and perhaps, well, how would James actually feel if the doctor was doing this? Would he trust the doctor to do that? And so nowadays, yes, we definitely trust the doctors that we go and see, because they're in a surgery, they've gone through training. But this, yeah, it was a very different time. So that's the video to watch, the drama. And there's quite a few animations on this. It goes through the different areas that links it with the science, the English and the history. So I'll click through those for you. So this is the English enrichment ones. And I would say it's worth having a look, because there might be elements of different ones that you want to do that link together. I know that if I was doing it again, I would definitely watch the Speckled Monster film. We would definitely do about the picture in Dr. Jenner, because I think that links in with art and looking at representations of what happened. We would definitely do the vaccine debate, and I think because now iPads are more easily accessible, we would probably do the film one now as well, or at least get people's ideas and impressions about why the film is so powerful, and why there would have been questions about it at the time, but we're looking back in history over what's actually happened. Speckled Monster. This is the one where it looks at the different households and how smallpox managed to spread through one village. It links in the science and the maths and the English. This is the one that I said you might need to be a bit more careful about, because we did have an envelope for each child that had the name and gave them a role and said whether they were from the rich house or whether they were from the workers that were linked to the house. But it did mean that actually some of them came and sat on the carpet, because whether it was after 1 day or whether it was after 7 days, they died and so that left other members of their household still sat at their tables, and I think it might be a bit insensitive to actually do that, but it would be interesting to have a look, and perhaps just the pieces of paper, get used to who has managed to go up to the big house and whether they've spread it or they've brought it back into their own home, and when that person has died, just turning or putting their piece of card back into the envelope or turning them face down. So there are ways of actually doing it. There is a graph that talks about how infectious the disease was, and again you can do lots of questions based on that. Can we predict what do we think is going to happen next? Why do we think that's going to happen? And it is worthwhile doing it. I'm not sure that it did take us between 4 and 5 hours, but it did take us quite a long while to do. But the children were really into it, and the children were really excited to find out what happened to their friends or the people that were in their household, and it quite clearly showed what's happening with coronavirus and how easy it is to transmit from one family member to another family member, or take it somewhere else because you visit somebody. So it's quite nice because it's based on the smallpox, but there are parallels with coronavirus. So it does look and show how a virus can spread quite quickly through a community. So the history one looks at the video and then what really did happen. What do we think in that story really did happen, and sort of like, do we think that there are any things that were made up to make it a good story? Again, I like the fact that it brings into play children being critical and thinking about the evidence that's in front of them, and not just accepting everything that's put in front of them as being the truth. So I think that that's really important. It does look at the history side of it, and there are documentations that certain things did happen, but then there might be other things in there that were just put there to actually make it a good story and a good video. So this activity, picturing Dr. Jenner, is the one that we quite liked doing. We did do it where we had the different pictures on different tables, and the children went round and they wrote on big sugar paper what they thought was actually happening, and then if other people had written something, they either put that they agreed, or they added something to it, or they put speech bubbles around to say what they thought all the other different people were thinking about. It's quite nice to actually look at a range from the different artists and then look to see when they were actually painted or when they were drawn. So this links the English and the art and the history, and this would probably be one of the shorter lessons that we actually did, and hopefully it would bring up some really good discussion when you looked at it. You might have to do it slightly differently at the moment, because I know in our class we wouldn't be moving around the tables because we're sat in rows facing the front, but I know that some schools are still working in their groups like they did before. So it's one of those things you could perhaps put each picture up on the board and number the pictures, and then the children just write their initial ideas. They could rank the pictures. You could photocopy the pictures and put them smaller so that they could see the different pictures, and they could put them into a timeline. So there are other ways that you can actually do it, and it also links in with the video and looking at the history side. What do we think is the correct history about it, and what do we think has been put into the photo and put into the painting, and why has it been put into the painting? Because this was a really important event in history, and like we said, sort of like a lot of people have said that we ought to be celebrating Edward Jenner more than we actually do at the moment. Making movies. Now, we did look at this, and it was one of the things that we did discuss as a class, but we didn't have the iPads even 4 years ago that we've got in school now, and it would be a lot easier to actually make the movies and the children to actually do their own scenes, or be a discussion panel talking about the importance of Edward Jenner. It's one of those things, can they write their own little script for it? Can they sort of like say which character is which? Can they sort of put opinions and facts and fiction in there as well? Can they look at the different camera angles? Should it be a close-in? Should it be a wider shot? So I think that is one that's probably more possible to do now than it would have been a few years ago, and would be quite an exciting one to do, because then you could have a film showing of the children's movies that they've made. The great vaccine debate. Now, this is the one I will ask ASE about it, because it's forbidden for you to download them. But I can remember we did split the class into two sides, and they had to argue whether we should have vaccines or whether we shouldn't. And they did go home and they did ask their parents about their own opinions, and we did debate about whether it was a good thing or not, and we did have a vote at the end of it. So I would say this is a particularly good one to have at the moment with all the things that are going on. And the children were imagining themselves as historians writing a biography of Edward Jenner, and then they imagined themselves as an MP from Dr. Jenner's time and had a debate in the Houses of Parliament. We didn't set it up like the Houses of Parliament, but we did have the children sat on either side of the classroom debating about it and having answers to what they thought the other side might actually say. And they were debating it as though they were in the past, sort of 200 years in the past. But it could be that you update it and it be about what's actually happening now, and why people might be scared to have a vaccination, and why so many people don't take up the offer of the flu vaccination that is available to quite a lot of people free of charge, but there's lots of people that don't take it up, and there's lots of opinions as to why they don't actually take the offer of having the vaccination. So it might be, again, something that they can ask members in their community or their own families about what vaccinations they may have had, or would they, if given the opportunity to have the flu jab, would they agree to it, and why or why not? And then all of the things that the coronavirus vaccines are going through at the moment. Now, this is a brilliant one that I think would be worth looking at. I've looked at the resources again because I couldn't remember it, but because of what's happening, I think looking at what Dr. Edwina Jenner, the immunologist, is doing now is really good. It gives you a timetable for how they set up a vaccine and check whether it works. And of course, 200 years on, we have a lot more ethics to discuss, and there's a lot more things that vaccines, you can't just give them to people, you can't just cut open their arm, and there are lots and lots of things to do. So I would say it's probably worth having a look at this activity and doing this activity, even if you didn't do any of the others. And this is the measles alert. It's all about what happened in Swansea 2013 and what they would actually do to try and stop it. And I think, if I remember rightly, there's a lot of the numbers coming up, and they had to agree on their tables what did they want to do to stop the outbreak. So again, it's worth having a look. I'm not sure it took 6 hours to do, but there was a lot of PowerPoints where I think numbers came up and we plotted a graph. And it might be that you either give the children the graph half done, or you actually give them all the data in one go so that they can plot it at their own rates. And it did link in really nicely, particularly if you're doing this in year 5 and year 6 with some of the maths. So it links in really nicely with that. White smallpox looks at how it's been eradicated, and the fact that this was over 200 years ago that Dr. Jenner found this, but it took another nearly 180 years before it was totally eradicated. And how now would it take so long? So with the coronavirus, is it going to take us 180 years before it's eradicated? So I think there's quite nice things to look at in that, and it does link in nicely with the science and the fact and opinion statements. So they're all the activities. Thank you for listening. I think I've just about done it in the time. If you've got any questions, then please do either email me, or if you wanted to add to the Padlet, or if you wanted to sort of like put something else on the Padlet that you've done, whether it's pictures or work that you've done based on any of the activities, then I would love to see them, because that's what I miss now about speaking to teachers and about seeing what they've actually done. But thank you very much for listening, and I hope you have a great rest of the day, or I'm sure that this has given you a lot to think about. Sorry. Thank you. Bye-bye.